When it comes to community, me and Andrew have really started. I've done this for a long time, from the Google Developer Student Club at MAST and to the GDG Cloud Mbarara community. I've been with him throughout it. Sumaya, Sumaya was my successor at MAST. When I left the student club, Sumaya succeeded me. And she joined me later on at Google GDG Cloud Mbarara as my co-organizer also. But right now, in her own right, she's the WTM ambassador in Mbarara. And the girl you will see around wearing takeover with Sumaya Jambas, so that's her. Joshua Lunga, he's the third person. He's the third GDSC lead at MAST. So you're seeing a whole generation now. I'm the grandfather. This is my daughter, and then my grandson. Yes. Collins is the first GDSC lead at Kampala International University, the Western Campus. Sharon. Sharon has an interesting story that most people don't know. She never used to attend these things, really. But I reached out to her some time back, I think last year, to one of our events, to be a host. And since then, she's been part of our events, and now she's a speaker today for the very first time. So I can't wait to hear what she's going to share with us. And Lisa said she doesn't want to talk to me, but, well, I will do the introduction. Lisa is the third GDSC lead at Makerere University Business School in Nakawa. Yes, the third. I know the first and second. So she's the third. Everyone here, thank you for coming. Lisa came in from Kampala. So we also have to do the same when it is IO Extended Kampala. But thank you guys. This couldn't be without you.
Now we have left you, you continue. We don't want to be there.
So, introductions away. Good morning. Good morning. Guys, I know they're preparing something, so please don't faint. Show some energy. IO Extended. I could have titled my talk today as IO Extended, but when I reached out to someone who was supposed to be here, Johnny Kimani, he's the head of the developer ecosystem in Africa. So if you want to be a Google developer, if you want to work at Google as a software developer or anything, Johnny Kimani is your plug. But then he told me he would be me to give a Google I/O keynote. That is something heavy for me. But let's see how we do it. Just a moment. It is Rodin, who has now graduated. So I'd also do DevRel, that is developer relations. Being a community builder automatically puts me into developer relations and technical writing. I don't know what's happening with this, but let's see how it goes. Alan Paul, could you help me with this? I want to go through this as fast as I can. Okay. All right, so I'm going to give a very brief about Google I/O, like I was asked to. This is I/O Extended, but the question is, what is really I/O? What is I/O Extended? Do you understand the kind of event you are attending, or you're here? People like Laures, you're here for food and the like. Yes, but you need to know why you're here. So, in brief, a Google is just one, all right? And this is followed by tens and hundreds of zeros And when you get the 1 and cut off the other zeros, you remain with 1 and 0, right? So that's where the name IO, it is just 1 and 0. That's where the IO comes from. And just like Lauren Plato, who is the head of developer experience at Google, and the very first IO organizer for Google ever, he says they took out the first 1 and then the 0 and left out all the other zeros. And this all goes back to Google. This is the very first logo of IO, Google I/O in 2008. The very, very first logo. If you look at it, that is a logo of a connector. And the connector simply means you're trying to input and output 1 and 0. So that's what really Google I/O is. But Alan Paul, you either move the slides or I do. Okay, but the Google I/O Extended is just simply the counterpart of Google I/O. So in May, every May we have the Google I/O, which is the main conference in Mountain View, California, where the Google developers and Google executives tell us what is new, what is happening. You will see new devices from Google, you will see new updates from Google, you will see new stuff, new technologies from Google. All these are announced at Google I/O, all right? So when they do the announcement and it is done, it is our part as community organizers to deliver the same message down to our communities. So Google I/O is just simply us sitting down as Mbarara people from Kavale, KIU, and all that, and going back through the updates that were shared in May, all right? And because the nature of Google I/O is that it is a very short and very, in summary, event, you may not get the chance to try out what was announced. So when we have the extended version, we have people who now come here and demonstrate what was announced, okay? If there is something new in AI, it was announced, but can you see its demonstration? Can you see how it is being applied in real life? If they announced something in Google Cloud, yes, you saw the announcement, but the question is, how can you now implement the latest technology? So that's why we have the extended versions. And for some of our speakers, they have hands-on sessions. If you have your computer with you, good. You'll be following through. We have Jetpack Compose for Android. We have developing 2D games in Flutter. We have handling large messages on Google Cloud platform. So all these sessions are to show you that, yes, we don't just stop at announcing the latest developments, but we go ahead to show you how they will be implemented. So at Google I/O, mainly the last Google I/O that we had in May, mainly the updates that we saw, those of us who watched the event, there was a lot in mobile and web, AI, and cloud. There is a funny clip that was cut out of Sundari Pichai's speech, where he was saying AI, 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 AI. They tried to summarize the whole speech into AI, AI, AI. So everything right now is AI, even in web, AI, in mobile, still AI. And when it comes to cloud, it's even worse. Because you cannot differentiate cloud and machine learning. If there is anyone here who is doing cloud or interested in cloud, you realize that at the end of the day, you will not avoid machine learning. And if there is anyone here who thinks machine learning is their path, you will start with machine learning, and at the end of the day, you will not avoid cloud. So, and then, this is just what we had. What is new in cloud, Firebase, Flutter, what is new in generative AI, what is new in web, Google Play if you want to publish your mobile applications, Google Wallet, what is new in machine learning, Machine learning has now evolved. It's no longer the traditional machine learning that we know. It has evolved to include large language models. Most of the libraries that you'll be taught at campus, by the time you're out of campus, they will now be using generative AI, where you no longer have to write a lot of code. For the people who are in our WhatsApp group, I recently shared an article on Pandas AI. If you've done machine learning or data analysis, there's one of the libraries we use called Pandas, and we just use it to visualize data. You have a data set and you're trying to visualize it, plot graphs. And how we've been doing it is we write lines of code, okay? But then Pandas AI removes that. You no longer have to write code. You have to write natural language. Just tell Pandas, please plot a scatter graph, and it will. Plot a box graph, and it will. You no longer have to write the code that generates that box graph. So when it comes to machine learning and generative AI, that is where we are headed. And we had a lot of updates at Google I/O. Well, you may wonder and ask yourself that when Google makes these announcements, all right, the people who will demonstrate these things, the people who will adopt these things, they seem to be experts in their fields. When you watch the session live on YouTube, you will hear, I'm a software developer at Google. I've been here for 5 years. I've been here for 10 years. And now they're trying to introduce new things to you, all right? And then you ask yourself, but I'm just in my first year at campus, right? How do I get to catch up with these new updates that you're sharing with us? Because right now, they are working on the new updates that they will announce next year, right? So if you learn something today, it means next year there will be a new version of it. So how do you catch up, right? The content is always delivered in a way that it is beginner friendly. If you're going to set your foot into machine learning, it is beginner friendly. If you're going to set your foot in a web, like for instance Angular, it is beginner friendly. You don't need to, first finish your campus, suffer with Java and C++ and whatever, and then you think you're ready for Angular. No. You can start with it right away from first year, right away from second year and third year, and so forth. So the content is always organized in beginner level, intermediate, and then for the experts who have been in these fields for a long time. And you can always find this content in terms of keynotes, like the one I'm giving. Keynote is just a brief of things. You can always find technical sessions. You can always find workshops via code labs. The speaker after me is going to take us through a code lab where you practically do the things that he's going to talk about. Then learning pathways. There are people here who followed the road to Google Developer Certification, where we did Google Cloud. That was a learning path. People tried out some of the labs that are on GCP. And then demonstrations. We always have demonstrations here and there. So the content, where do you get this whole content? If you missed Google I/O, if you missed learning something maybe in Android, in web, in machine learning, in GCP, in Firebase, in Flutter, where can you get this content as it was delivered in May? That is the link right there. It will take you right to every content. Just need to scroll in and say, I'm interested in Android, and then you get the Android content. I'm interested in machine learning, then you get straight to machine learning, okay? That's how you get in-depth resources and understanding of the latest updates that we had. All right, so that was the Google I/O keynote. Just to tell you what really is happening today, why we are here, why we always have Google I/O extended. But then let's talk about the community. Uh, People have traveled in from Kabale, some from Ishaka, some from Kampala. We even have someone who flew in from the country, from Benin. But why are we here? It's all just about the community. And I want to emphasize this because sometimes I don't get the time to do it. I think I'll do the emphasis later. But here's what we've been doing, or what we are doing as a community. We are hosting events like this one today. So as a community, we will be hosting multiple events. Some are physical, some are online. If you can't attend a physical event, that is understandable. If you can't attend a virtual one, it may not be understandable because it is everywhere. Wherever you are, you can always attend virtual events. We've been running learning series. For the people, are there someone doing Flutter series here? How many are doing Flutter series? Who are learning Flutter? Only 2 people? 3? Oh, wow. That's interesting. You're doing Flutter series? The Flutter series, it's a nationwide learning series. We are handling it with GDG Kampala, GDG Cloud Kampala. So even the facilitators are based in Kampala, but the sessions are always virtual. And have happened on Mondays and Wednesdays, and even on Fridays. So people are already learning, and I think the latest email is to divide you into groups. Yes. So we've been running Flutter series for people who are interested in Flutter. We had Cloud series. He also did Cloud. She did Cloud. Alfred, yeah, you did Cloud? Yes, you did Cloud. So we also did Cloud, and we are having machine learning starting this July. We are just trying to make final arrangements with the person who will be facilitating it. We are going to run machine learning through July and August. And then resources. Now, on resources, this is where I have to emphasize the role of the community. I've shared this link here, okay? This link has content that if you go to Udacity, if you go to Coursera, if you go to Udemy, or even YouTube, you may never get that content for free. Trust me, I've done courses on Coursera, Udacity. You'll do the introduction, and then they'll be asking for your credit card next. For sneaky people like Alan Paul, he will use the 7-day free trial and then cash on the 6th day. Right? So, but the thing is, these are publicly available resources that any one of us can use to gain skills for free. Our role as a community, as community organizers, is to simply share this content with you. And then, once we share the resources, we have mentorships. With GDG Cloud Mbarara, we have people that are capable to mentor you and shape your career. If it is cybersecurity, we have Andrew. He's a certified IT systems auditor. He can mentor you, and he has mentored people. I don't know where Shalom here picked interest from, but probably it could be Andrew because of cybersecurity. We have Laban here who does IoT, if you're interested in Internet of Things. I can do machine learning for you. We have a associate cloud engineer, Collins, our next speaker. He can mentor you into being a cloud engineer, and also an Android developer if you're going to use Jetpack Compose. So we have people who have gained experience. We have people who have gained a certain level of skills that they can mentor you. So if you're part of this community and all you do is hide, stay in Kamoli, it is on you. I don't mind someone texting me even at midnight because I sleep late. by the nature of work that I do. But if you text me at midnight and you're asking me about anything machine learning, I'm available because it's my role as a community organizer, but also as someone mentoring people to help you out. Laurence always calls me at 2 a.m., even when I tell him Madam is around. He will still call me and say, but I failed to split my data. How can I do that? Right? But I still try to help him out. So you need to identify in this community the people that can push your career forward. Don't just be here and see me, then at the end of the day, disappear. It was quite interesting when I went out to meet the students from KIU and someone said, we are here again. Yes, we are here again. But then when you leave and to the next, we are here again, what has happened in between there? Have you gained a new skill? Have you gained new knowledge? Have you learned something new? Yes, you will see me today, board and go back, right? And then you'll probably come back in November for another event. And then you'll say, we are here again. What has happened in between there, right? So as a community, we are here to help each other. There is no way for the people that have seen what is happening in Nigeria and ask themselves, how do Nigerians do it? People that have seen what is happening in Kenya, in Egypt, in South Africa, how do they do it? Why is it that every company, all the companies that you think of, Google, Microsoft, Facebook, everywhere, you have Nigerians, you have South Africans, you have Kenyans. And if you try to look for Ugandan, they will tell you either they left or we are still hiring. There are no Ugandans. Why? It's because we've not used the power of the community. On Tuesday, we had Google I/O Connect in Amsterdam. And I was only seeing Kenyans and Nigerians there. There is no Ugandan that attended I/O Connect in Amsterdam. None. And you know why? It's because we are not part of a community. Our communities are disjointed. Our communities only happen when we are here. I know after people eating lunch, this number will reduce, and that's it. And like I've said, the community will offer you support and collaborations. If you're going to build a mobile application, and this is something they will never tell you, if you want to build a mobile application, as simple as it is, and you want to build it alone, I can promise you that your code will sit on your computer for the next 10 years. That application won't make it to Google Play Store. Yeah, trust me on that. But if you build it as a group of 2 people, it may go to GitHub. It may push some codes on GitHub. If you do it as 3 people, you may even add Firebase as a database. If you do it as 4 people, you may push it to Google Play Store. The whole point is you're not going to do your whatever career you're setting out to be, you're not going to do it alone. Wherever I am, wherever I've reached so far, it's not very far, but I'm somewhere. I'm resting on the shoulders of people who I ask. For those I share WhatsApp groups with, I also ask questions, by the way. I'd be doing something, it fails, I ask people, and then someone tells me, oh yeah, I faced that and I solved it. So why not you? What is stopping you from using these WhatsApp groups, our emails, and any other forums to ask for help? And then we support you and we collaborate together. But of course, don't bring me your courseworks and assignments. You can take those to Alan, Paul, and Collins. Right? But if you're working out on a project and you think you need help, please ask for help. So, how do you leverage such a community, really? All right? I've said this is what we can do, this is what we are doing, but how do you leverage that? One, get involved, both online and offline activities. Today you're here, you've attended an event, network. get contacts for people, reach out to people you think they will push your career forward, not down. Anything, anything. And yesterday, how your seats are arranged, the table is put in the other room, he was here doing that with me. If I was here alone, I couldn't have arranged all this, but he offered himself to do something for the community. And so I've been debating because I've seen people asking for swag. I need a t-shirt, I need this. Truth is, we didn't print out enough t-shirts because of the budget that we were allocated. But rest assured, we'll have more t-shirts on DevFest because we tend to have a bigger budget. But I was left with one t-shirt, and that's the debate I was having. I was like, who should I give it to, really? But I'm going to give it to him because he's contributing to the community, he's open, he's out there. And when someone comes to contribute to the community always rewards you. Always. I've gotten gigs, I've gotten rewards and all that simply because of the community. Without it, I wouldn't be here speaking to you guys. So, Osen, after my speech, follow me and I'll get you that t-shirt. Yes. All right, be active on social media. Social media. Some of you people don't have Twitter accounts, LinkedIn, Facebook, what? Those are the platforms where we connect with people. So you see, if there is someone in the industry that you look up to or that you want to emulate and reach closer to, you start with social media. You think it is very easy to get their WhatsApp number? It is not. But you start on Twitter. For instance, me, I start on Twitter. I may like your tweets, I may retweet, I may make some replies. And you notice me, and then I'll go into the DM. I'll be like, oh, by the way, this is good. Or I have an inquiry. After some time, I'll then be like, you know what? By the way, there's something I wanted to share with you. Can you share your email address with me? And then they'll give me the email address, and I'll write something to them. Maybe from the email, I'll be like, sometimes emails, I miss them. I can take 2 days to reply. But if I want to be in constant communication with you, can you please share your WhatsApp number? And then all from Twitter to email to WhatsApp. Because I understand for most of you, your easiest communication tool is WhatsApp, right? But you're not going to get the WhatsApp of your role model or the people you want to mentor you by just wishing. You have to put in the effort. You have to go there and say, by the way, this guy is active in Kenya. I've seen him. He's into machine learning. How do I get him? Start on Twitter, start on LinkedIn, start on Pinterest, start on YouTube if they have a YouTube channel. Start on their blogs. So you need to be active on social media. And then, if GDG Cloud or GDG Mbarara or the Google Developer Student Clubs are not it for you, right? If you think these are not the communities that are going to push you forward, just start your own community. We are always open to have as many communities as possible, right? You can start a Flutter community, Flutter Mbarara, Flutter Kabale. You can start Angular Mbarara, Firebase Mbarara. You can start Firebase, Ishaka. Just need to be ready to build that community, okay? When you go to Nairobi, there are about 100 of communities. 100. Communities come up every day, all right? Just start up and see, you know what? My specialty is cloud. I need to start up a cloud community. It may not be GDG Cloud, because GDG Cloud is now for Google Cloud. You can start with IBM Cloud. You can go to AWS Cloud. You can go to other cloud providers that have communities, okay? Because they also survive on those communities. And so these are some of the tech communities that we have in Mbarara: GDG Cloud Mbarara, GDG Mbarara, Women Tech Makers Mbarara, GDS Mbarara University in Mbarara here, and that is Women in Technology, Western Uganda. There could probably be some, but I think I've missed it out. And then as I conclude, these are some of our partners that are supporting us to have this day as it is today. We have Propel and we have the Innovation Village where we are today. Alan Paul, please push that and play that video. So this is from one of our partners. You can listen in. You can play that and you listen into what they do. So yes, that is Propel. For those who attended DevFest last year, we had a representative from Propel, Andy. She was here. So Propel is simply just a talent acquisition company. They are based in Germany. Yes, they're based in Berlin, Germany. And we've been trying to work around with them. If you check out this, just the next slide. Right, so if you check out this is our platform on Propel as GDG Cloud Mbarara. You will see that we have 51 members. Of course, some of you signed up last year when Andy was here, all right? And I understand that some of you are students, so you don't have the necessary skills yet. Even for entry levels, beginner levels, you don't have those skills yet. But for the people that have the skills, there is quite a number of jobs that are always posted on this platform, almost every day. If we can utilize them, we will see people getting remote jobs, people getting relocation jobs, and all that. And it is very easy because now when these companies are hiring, they're not going to look outside. They would have to look within GDG Cloud Mbarara and the other communities that they work with. So you have a higher chance. Some of us, you've seen in the news where, like for instance, the district local government will announce jobs. Let's say 10 jobs and 1,000 people apply. 10 jobs, 1,000 people applying. What are your chances? They're very minimal, all right? And you find that even for the 10 jobs, unknowingly, 5 have already been filled by family members and friends, right? So 5 are for connections, 5 are for degrees. So you choose whether you come with a degree or you come with a connection, right? So with this platform, they're saying no. If you're not part of the community, if you're not, for instance, part of GDG Cloud Mbarara, if you're not part of GDG Nairobi, GDG Lagos, then you're not considered to be hired for these particular jobs. They're being ring-fenced for communities because we are partners with this company, all right? So if you feel like you have the necessary skills, even entry level skills, you can always go to this platform and, you apply. Yeah, this is the link directly to the GDG cloud community, the platform on Propel, right? You can go there, you sign up, create your profile, upload your CV, and the team will reach out to you, right? They do the whole hiring process. If you're to be hired, if you meet the criteria, they will do the interviews, the hiring process, and everything. Okay. And then we have the Innovation Village, where we are. The Innovation Village, we are going to be running business foundations. We have a program called Young Entrepreneurs Training, yet, and I'm consulting with TIV for that program. I'm going to be the consultant, and we're going to be running this in some of your institutions. We are tech people, our tech enthusiasts, but we have these ideas, or we're trying to build these ideas, and we don't know how we're going to make money out of them. If you're going to write code and you don't have any plan to make money out of that code, you're doing charity. Okay? And in tech, we used to have this saying in our class, we don't code for charity, right? This thing of I'm coding and someone tells you, I'll give you exposure. I haven't met a landlord who's going to say, please pay me 100 exposures for rent. You're not going to go to your chapati guy and say, I'm giving you 2 exposures to eat chapati today. You need money. So as a young developer, as a young tech person, whatever skills you're going to learn, you invest in your time, you invest in your money. So at the end of the day, if you're going to build something, you have an idea and you want to build it and bring it to life, you need to find ways of how you're going to make money out of it. And as TIV, that's how we are going to come in. The Innovation Village is now largely the sole incubator in Uganda. Even when you go to the government right now, you run to the government and you say, I have this idea, I need funding. They will push you to TIV. We've been having the NISIP, the National Innovation Support Program from the Ministry of ICT. If you go through that program, they push you to TIV for incubation. So it means that as TIV, we have the capacity, we have the resources to nurture your ideas, even right away from campus. One of my friends, Alan Paul here has worked on part of it. They are based in Lira. It's called Monya. It is a music streaming platform. It started right here. And it's been supported by TIV, and right now it's part of the Microsoft Founders Hub, all supported by TIV. So we have that capacity, and in the coming months and days, we'll be coming around to your institutions to help you, guide you in building businesses out of your ideas, all right? And yeah, so it's all about trying to see how we can succeed with our ideas, how to plan, how to innovate, how to do teams, how to define our goals, our ideas, and get into competitions. Some of us have seen the High Innovator program by NSSF. Still, even in the High Innovator program, you either be incubated at Outbox or incubated at the Innovation Village. So, as I close this down, I have this interesting quote from Robert John. Robert John is one of my mentors when it comes to machine learning. He's a Google developer expert for machine learning and Google Cloud from Nigeria. He says, machine learning is the future. It may sound biased because I'm a machine learning engineer, right? It's my field, but I still insist that machine learning is the future. If you want to get a first class degree, ChatGPT. That's machine learning, right? If you're bored and you're single and you want an AI girlfriend on Snapchat, that's machine learning. If you want to do filters on your photo and change from black African to an Indian, yeah, well, that is machine learning. You've seen the sad, I call it sad incident of the Ocean Gate submersible in guys who are trying to go after the Titanic. Well, I can joke and say that their submersible acts are machine learning. Yeah. Machine learning would have told them they're in for trouble. So, as I conclude, Anthro has talked about this and Anthea also hinted about it. But I'm using this opportunity to announce DevFest Mbarara 2023. And you've already scheduled it. This is the link. If you want to be among the very first people to register for it, this is the link. It is live. We are going to have, tentatively, we are going to have DevFest on 25th November. Tentatively. We may put some things into consideration and probably change the date. But tentatively, 25th November, we are going to have DevFest. So until DevFest, most of our events are going to be virtual, all right? They're going to be virtual, machine learning series, and any other events. They're going to largely be virtual so that someone in Kabale or KIU or Kampala can also benefit. You don't have to come to Mbarara to benefit. So with that, thank you, and have a very good day here.
Guys, a better hand clap. All right, thank you very much, Weasley. That was our community lead for GDG Cloud, GDG Mbarara. So next, I'm going to invite Collins, who is going to take us through mobile apps with Jetpack. And this is a practical session, so in case you have your laptop with you and you're ready to do some coding, write some code down, and yeah, get them ready, get those IDEs ready. Collins, you're welcome.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, welcome to IO Extended Mbarara 2023. My name is Collins Meswe, Google Developer Students Club Lead for Kampala International University, Western Campus. So today I'll be taking you through building beautiful apps with Jetpack Compose and Material 3.
All right, just as he gets his machine ready, um, how many of us carried our laptops? How many of us came with our laptops? Okay, if you have a laptop, I think I'm going to have a sticker for you. Joshua, Jerry, do you have some stickers? I think you can hand that over to the guys who carried their laptops. Usually when we're coming for such events, we are encouraged to come with our laptops. Why? Because they are practical sessions just like this one, and it would really help much if you come and have a hands-on experience. You write code as the instructor is also giving writing code, such that it sticks with you. And when you get out of here, you just go and carry out a little practice here and there. So that is the reason as to why we always encourage that we come with our laptops. So in the next event that we are having, that will be the Dev Fest, ensure that you come with your laptops. It will help you, and yeah. Let me see. Who attended the last event that we had here? That was Dev Fest last year. Who attended? If you are here, raise up your hand straight. I want to see the guys who are here. I want to pick someone just at random. I'm not going to ask you something very hard. I know when I said raise up your hand straight, I saw hands going up. Then when I was like, I'm not going to ask you, then actually I'm not going to ask you something very hard. But can you just give us a quick recap of what was the most interesting thing for you in the last event that we had here? That was in the Dev Fest. What was the most interesting thing? What did you pick? And yeah, how did it help you?
Thank you. My name is Atil Brenda from Kawari University. The last time we attended here, I learned that even ladies, we can do it, because we had a lot of ladies talking with us, led by Sumaya. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Oh, that was the Women's Day celebration organized by the Women Tech Makers. Oh, that is a great one. Yeah, ladies, you can make it. This field is not for gentlemen. That brings me to this. There was a meme, actually not a meme, but someone posted on Instagram, not Instagram, but Twitter. Where does VLC get the extra volume? How many of us have used VLC Media Player before? We all have. Volume is maxed at 100, but then you can increase that volume to 200. And you be there wondering, okay, how is this getting the extra volume? Well, the trick is simple. VLC was developed by a lady, and you can never understand ladies. Ladies are a mystery. So, you guys have a lot to put on the table. If anything, whatever goes on in a lady's mind can change a lot of things. So ladies, you are encouraged to keep doing. So someone from this side, anyone who attended any of the events that we had last year, could be the Women Tech Makers, could be the Dev Fest. I want from this column. I saw some hands up here. Oh, okay. I need a gentleman. Ladies first. We had a lady. Gentlemen, oh God. Anyway.
Thank you. My name is Patricia Atira from Kabara University. Last time I attended the Dev Fest here, and I was inspired by the speakers who spoke a lot of things about technology, and mostly I was inspired to keep up my spirit as I develop my skills. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I need a gentleman. Gentlemen, you didn't attend an event, or you are here but for the other agenda? Usually, when we have such events, there are people like Weasley mentioned Lawrence. Well, Lawrence, defend yourself. They said you came for food. Uh-huh. So you are trying to affirm that you came for food.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So it's Lumoliton Mbarara University. Last time I attended the Dev Fest, most area of focus I was like, we were looking at the Flutter series, and the gentleman that came, was it a group from somewhere, from Kila? So they were passing us through the Flutter series, how we can start mobile development with Flutter series, if I'm to remember well.
All right, thank you very much. So I just have this question. Have you started developing in Flutter? Oh, that's great. Joshua Jerry, any progress? Okay, one more gentleman to represent. One more gentleman, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Alfred Irimaso from Kawa University, and I was here for DevFest. And of course, something that you cannot take for granted that I got from here, it is the power of the community that we looked at. And when we were inspired by one of the representatives from Propel, and where Mr. Weasley was also part of the teams that were inspiring us to join different communities, where we had to register on Google Developers Group platform online, and we also had to register on the Propel. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. This brings me to this. How many of us are on Twitter, are on Instagram, are on... Do people still use Facebook? People still use Facebook? All right, so how many of you who is not following us on social media? Everyone is following on social media, the social media pages for Women Tech Makers, Google Developer Students Club, for GDG Mbarara. We are all following. Okay, great. I thought there was no one following. I wanted you to follow today, and I give you a gift for following. There is no one who wasn't following. Because I mentioned gift, huh? No, you're lying. Okay, so just encouraging us right now to post. Yeah, you can take a selfie and just post and let the world know what you're doing right now. Let them know that you're in for the Google I/O Extended Mbarara. And yeah, you never know. we are looking through what you guys are posting, and yeah, swags will be coming on later. We shall see the people that we shall be giving these things, and yeah, so uh, as Collins keeps on preparing, let me just get a quick speak with the organizers. Where is Weasley? Next speaker, and let us give a thunderous hand clap as Shalon comes to share with us. Shalon, you're welcome.
Hi. Hello. Or good morning. Um, my name is Shalon Businje. I am a student at MAST, a finalist offering a bachelor's degree in information and technology. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers for the opportunity to really speak on this event. It's indeed a great opportunity for me to be, part of the speakers today. As he is connecting, I would like to really share something small of how I got to be more into this. I think it's really not very far. It's last year that I started attending these events, and it's just like 1 year now that I can actually stand on this. So it's really a great opportunity for me, and it's like it's a quick through to think about it. I got to know about Google Developer Clubs from a friend who invited me, and somehow I got to SVP for an event. I think that was it DevFest? Or they usually hold events in a year, and somehow I got to attend one of them. And it's interesting the things that they talk about, the new technologies, the coding, being a girl and actually hearing someone talk about technologies. It's interesting that you can learn these things from these spaces. So I got to know from from people that spoke to us that time, and I was interested. I started pursuing my career in tech. Actually, to be more precise, in cybersecurity because I was motivated by the people here. I don't know whether Andrew is around. Andrew, yeah, you'll see him. Really, I was really motivated, and he's my mentor. I don't know if he's hearing that. So if one time I told him that I want you to be my mentor, and he laughed it off and he said, "Nah, it's not possible." But that's how he is. So it's really good to actually get to be involved in these things because it's interesting how you can learn very fast, and it's interesting how very quick you can go. So I became an MC on DevFest last year, and I wanted to actually keep continuing. Like, if something pops up actually in my email, I can never miss out an event for Google Developer Clubs or for the Innovation Village because I want to know what's going on. I want to know what's coming up next. And I thank the organizers for the opportunity. Really, this is what I'm going to talk about. We have introduction to cybersecurity, types of cyber threats, understanding cyber attacks, protecting personal data, and fighting cybercrime, and the emerging threats in cybersecurity. So, under the title, Unveiling the Invisible Threat, Exploring the World of Cybersecurity. What is cybersecurity? Anyone? Has anyone heard about cybersecurity? Or interested in cybersecurity? Or anything? Anyone? Yes? Yes? You can tell us anything you know about it.
How we are protecting these infrastructures, our networks, our devices from unauthorized access or data breaches and damages.
Yeah, and that is true. I could really not say any better. And like today, cybersecurity is simply a practice of protecting computer systems, networks, and data from unauthorized access, damage, or theft. Uh, what are computer systems? A computer system can actually start from a phone, it could be a computer, it could be a laptop, it could be anything really digital. So, yeah, you're protecting these things, networks and data from unauthorized access. And what is unauthorized access? Anything or anyone that does not have your permission to be able to view your information, to be able maybe to access that information. That is unauthorized access. And yeah, is cybersecurity important today? Do we have to talk about it? Is it actually important? Why are we talking about it? So, really, according to a report that was released recently, I think that is in 2020, but it was changed recently in 2023, whereby they were saying that data breaches cost businesses an average of 4.35 million US dollars, and around 236.1 million ransomware attacks occurred globally in the first half of 2022, meaning that there is a lot of activity going on concerning this area. There is a lot of cyber crime happening. People are really working on this very much. Why? It's because technology is on the run, and I do not know, but recently everyone can actually obtain a phone. Everyone can be online. Everyone can use e-payment. Anyone can use e-banking. And that is why these things can actually happen. So if you're not aware that actually someone can hack into an account or someone can hack into your information, it's real. Uh, Really, the facts are that 95% of the breaches are caused by human error. And human error can be you and me, can be an employee, can be anyone who probably doesn't know how to use a system, who probably doesn't know how to use um, a computer, and maybe they are trying out things. How often do these cyber criminals attack? That is 39 seconds. Can you imagine? It's not even a minute. And it's interesting how someone can be like, I do not think, am I actually safe? Or I actually think it's okay for me to leave my phone like that, or even to just leave my laptop like that for a minute. Recently, I was in the library, and I had gone to check out some things. And interestingly, how someone had logged in into their student account, and they had left their passwords and login information open. So when I tapped onto the account, it was open. I could literally see their information. I could see their student marks, and I was wondering, like, how can someone actually do this? You get, like, how do you leave your information open to anyone? Because anything can happen. I could really manipulate that information. I could use it for my own purpose in case it's someone who is really dangerous, or if it's someone who can use that information for anything they want. How much can an attack go for? That's 3.86 million US dollars. What's the percentage of the companies prepared for an attack? It's probably, actually, that's 77% of the companies who are not prepared, meaning that those that are prepared are around 23%. Very few people are prepared for these attacks because they do not know how to prepare them, or maybe they think it's not important. Percentage of attacks targeting small businesses or medium-sized businesses, that's 43. But that's really a business. But starting from yourself, are you safe yourself? Are you safe online? Is your data safe, or is your phone information safe? What is an attack? Why are we talking about these things? A cyber attack is an intentional and malicious act aimed at exploiting vulnerabilities in computer systems, in networks, or digital devices to compromise their security and gain unauthorized access, to disrupt operations, to steal or manipulate data, or cause damage. Usually, these cyber attackers, they do not have your permission. They don't have access. They want they want to use that information either for their benefit, maybe to just have it. There are some people who actually just want the information for themselves. There are people who can actually use the information who can manipulate data, who can steal it, who can actually use it for whatever use they want. But if data is not authorized, if you have not actually authorized that person to see that data, then it means it's a crime. It's not allowed, and it should be fought. Who can carry out these attacks? We can look at cyber criminals. These are professionals who can carry out these things. We are looking at hackers, someone who can break into your system, who can actually break into your system, sometimes physically or sometimes even breaking a firewall. Hacktivists, a hacktivist is someone who is a hacker. Actually, hacktivist comes from two words, a hacker and activist, activity. So meaning that this person hacks and also does the activity. Insiders, these are people who can be employers. They are insiders, but if they are not careful with the information, with how they leave it. Give an example: if there is a company and your employee does not actually care to be very careful how they handle information, how they handle login information, then this person can actually lead you to have a cyber crime, or even to have your information hacked. script activists and then script kiddies. Usually, sometimes people who are learning and they want to try out things, can I actually hack? Can I actually try hacking into this company? It's very possible that that can also happen. What are some of the attacks that we face today? Malware. Who has heard of malware? I am sure someone has heard of malware. Malware. Anyone? It's, I think, very common. It's the commonest cyber attack that we have probably all faced. And how do we get this? I am very sure that most of us have actually faced this, knowingly or unknowingly. Really, users download infected software. The software begins to work, and then the damage is caused to the device or data. Have you ever tried to click on something and try downloading it, and maybe they send you a notification of, please, this application may not be downloaded because this and this and this. First allow things to download in your settings and what? Have you ever faced that? Yeah, I've also ever faced that. And usually it's because maybe if you're using Google, it's majorly because they have actually noticed that this application may actually not be safe. So be very careful, be very intentional about the things that you download. Before actually you download them, be sure that they are from trusted sources. Phishing attack, just right over there, the second one. It's usually common in email addresses and email information. So a hacker sends an email that looks legitimate, then the victim clicks on a compromised link that is in that email, and then the victim enters requested personal information. The hacker steals the information from a fake website or information requested. So people are interesting. If someone wants to attack you, they will probably not come in things that you don't like. They will have actually looked at your behaviors. Maybe you are a lover of maybe football, or maybe you love to look out for if it's a lady, for new clothes. Maybe if it's academic, maybe it's a scholarship. So how a phishing attack comes, it's really an email that will come, and it's very intriguing, like interesting. When you look at it, you'll be like, wow, like maybe 80% off, and they are giving you that whole offer. Or maybe alert, we are changing this. So be very careful. Sometimes it can even come in form of a bank statement. Maybe if you have a bank account. And these attackers, they have actually studied your life. If you have a bank account, maybe in Centenary Bank, they know that this is the time you pick your money, this is the time you put your money. They will send an email that is actually very intriguing. And if you're not careful, they can actually hack into you. So how does this happen? The victim gets a legitimate email, and then you are able to click on a link, and that link is actually fake, and then you enter your email address, you enter your information. Let's say maybe they actually can actually ask you, enter your contact information, enter your, maybe if it is a bank statement, they ask you for your account number, and then later they say change account number, or even new account number, something like that. And then you give in the right information, and then you change. But this information is actually going to a hacker. It's going to someone who is trying to steal your information. And what happens? You end up becoming a victim of these things. But now that we know that these things are there, we are sure that we cannot be culprits. Password theft, I think this is also common. A victim's password is stolen in a large-scale data breach through a phishing attack, or a man-in-the-middle attack, or any other various ways. Man-in-the-middle attack, yeah, it's actually here. We shall talk about it. But usually, a victim's password is stolen in a large-scale data breach through a phishing attack or even through a man in the middle. Like earlier explained, a phishing attack, it is very possible for you to give in your information. Why? Because you think that maybe it's actually urgent. Usually for a phishing attack, they actually put a time frame that is very small so that you're pressurized and then that you like immediately enter that information. So when someone gets your information, maybe it's a password to your Twitter account, maybe it's your password to your Instagram account. These things may actually be like, but it's an Instagram account. What would a hacker want to do with my account? You get, but you will wake up in the morning and someone is actually impersonating to be you. They are posting things that you do not know. They are posting things that you have no clue about, and that is wrong. So beware of these things. It is real. Man in the middle attack, really it's two unsuspected employees are probably having a conversation and a hacker gains access to this conversation and intercepts the data. Let's say I'm having a conversation with a friend and maybe use Laban, he's seated right over there. So there is really nothing in between me and Laban, but if let's say there is an attacker that wants to actually intercept and use this data for themselves, they will just come in the middle. And when they are in the middle, they can be able to see what I'm sending to Laban and also be able to see what Laban is sending to me. So if Laban is my friend, he would probably ask me anything and I can answer anything. So if that person is actually in the middle, they can interchange the information that is coming from me, and Laban will never know that it's coming from someone. So he will think, actually you can see just right here that this person is having a conversation with this person, but they actually have no idea because this person is hidden from them. So this person can actually do anything with the information. They can change, they can ask, what's your account number? They can actually ask, what's your password? They can actually ask anything. So beware of these things, and yeah, it's real. Understanding cyber attacks. What is this cyber attack? What do you need to know about them? Attack vectors and techniques. There are some things that these people use, and it's very important for us to understand them. Social engineering, network attacks, web application attacks, physical attacks. It's interesting how these techniques can be, or how they can actually use these things. If someone wants to attack physically, they can actually break into maybe a data center or something. Network attacks, they attack networks. Web application attacks, it can be on your website. Maybe they have hacked into the things that you usually tap into, the things that you usually go for, maybe you always look out for. What is the motivation behind this? Why are they doing this? Number one, it's because they want to obtain financial gain. Number two, it's because they want to sabotage. They want to show that they can actually stop you from maybe achieving what you have wanted to achieve. They want to be the bad guys. Personal satisfaction. Sometimes people just attack to just be satisfied, especially for people who are not qualified. I think we looked at them. Those are script kiddies who usually just hack just because they are learning, just for personal satisfaction. Sometimes people attack for political reasons. What are the consequences? We are looking at financial loss, reputational damage, disruption of services, and remember, this is maybe, let's say you're working in a company and you get a data breach that is like a whole day or sometimes a whole week of everything down and you're not working. Data breaches, identity theft. Someone can actually impersonate to be you and yet they are not. Compromised privacy. Just imagine someone going into your privacy. They can actually get anything. They can actually know anything. They can talk to anyone because they have actually gotten your information. physical harm. It's very possible to actually get these things. So how do we fight this? How do we fight cybercrime? Number one, through education and awareness, what we are doing now. So we can actually know about these things that they exist. And if you know that they exist, then it means you can actually where to be ready that actually these things are there, and you fight against them, and you be ready, and you be careful on how to set these things. Implement and enforce application security. Implement and enforce application security. Ensure that these things you're downloading really from the website, they are safe. The websites that you go for, are they really safe? Are you sure that they are safe? Analyze logs for any suspicious behavior. If you get a notification really from your website, ensure that you read those things. They are important. This is because these people have actually seen that there is something wrong and they are trying to warn you. So beware of any suspicious behavior. Then keep systems patched and up to date. It is very important for us to have our applications up to date. How many of us update applications in our phones? Phone applications? No one? Yeah, 2 people in the whole room. Interesting. But these things are important. Why? Because when you have an application that is up to date, then it's highest possibility, it's secure, and it's very good to use. So when you have things that are not up to date, you will keep information piling up, and highest possibility you will have a data breach, or you have this suspicious behavior. You will not even really be happy using the application. So really keep your applications up to date. Use strong passwords and protect privileged accounts. The last time we talked about passwords, Andrew was telling us how to actually have a strong password, where he said that we can, in your password, ensure that you have a number, a character, that it is actually longer than 8 characters. These things are important. Why? Because it's harder to break into a very strong password than it is to break into a simple password. So if you have a password like my mom, it is very easy to break compared to someone who has a password that has a character, maybe it has numbers in it, and maybe it has capital letters in it. Please make sure that you apply these things to your phones, to your laptops, to your data for security. Don't allow installation of unapproved applications. I think Google really is good because it usually ensures that we have installations from places that are approved. So ensure to take note of that. If you get a notification, be sure that it's actually suspicious. So yes. Number 7, be deceptive. What does it mean? It means that you don't have to really be true to everyone that asks you. If you're very sure that it's your mom, unless really it's a physical conversation. But if it's not a physical conversation, if someone asks you for your password, really, you do not have to tell them if you don't feel like telling them. Or you can actually be like, yeah, you don't have to really tell them if they don't have. Sorry about that. Yeah, so thanks to Google. Google ensures that we are secure by having a secure infrastructure. Google invests heavily in building and maintaining secure data centers and networks. So you can be sure that when you're using Google, you are actually safe online. Encryption. Google uses encryption to protect data both in transit and at rest. So when your data is being transmitted, it's encrypted. So it's really, really secure. Two-factor authentication, I think this is usually in email, whereby you can actually have a two-factor authentication. Google provides the option for users to enable two-factor authentication, which adds an extra layer of security by requiring a second form of verification. When you're using your email, maybe you're trying to log in. There's a time actually I wanted to log into my email and I couldn't log in. Why? Because I didn't have my mobile phone and they had sent, they usually send 6-digit code on your mobile phone for you to be able to access. So I didn't have a phone. I wasn't able to what? To log into the email. And this is a security measure, because if it was someone who was trying to hack into my account, they could never have gotten through. So ensure that you use these things. I don't know if you actually have them. Account security features. Google offers various security features such as suspicious activity detection, login alerts, and device management. Yeah, Google usually sends alerts in case of any suspicious behavior. So take note of that. Safe browsing. Google's safe browsing technology helps protect users from malicious websites and downloads by identifying and warning users about potential threats. So you can be sure that when you're browsing, usually on Chrome, any Google product, that you are safe online. What's the future of cybersecurity? Don't be left out. There is a lot that is really coming on. I think one of the speakers is going to talk about Internet of Things, software security, malware and security attack, data-centric security, security architectures, models and protocols, network security, data security, machine learning technologies, cyber physical system security, cloud virtualization security, industrial control system security, and I think machine learning and AI. Yeah, so really, don't be left out. Ensure that you are up to date with the coming technologies. These are things that can actually help you to know how safe can I be online, what is the best technology, how can I use it, and you be different. I think really we have come to the end of the slide. Thank you very much for listening in.
Thank you very much, Shalon. That clap was for yourself for listening. Now let's give Shalon a better one. All right. So right at this juncture, I believe you could be a little bit thirsty, hungry. So we're going to have a break, and we're just going to have something to freshen up. Just get some juice and take so that you can re-energize for the next session. And yeah, we're going to have some music as we do that. Weasley, do you mind giving us the criteria that we're going to use, how we're going there? Or it is, wow. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, let's just move behind. I think we shall have just a line behind there. We shall start with this column. All right, our speakers, let's get there. Then we shall move ahead with this column. Then we shall use the next column. We shall have the next column after. So our speakers, please, can you guys get up and go behind there, and everyone in this column will just fall right after you. So we shall have some music as we refreshen. going to move on to the next item. And ladies and gentlemen, the next speaker is none other than Mr. Laban Amanya, who will come and give us an IoT session. Laban, you're welcome. A round of applause as he makes way.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Wow. A very good morning to everyone. Yeah, I'm so honored and pleased to be here on this part of this session, and I can't take it for granted for your coming. It's a much great honor for you to be here. We can't take it for granted because sometimes people will call, if these sessions are useful, but some people don't turn up. Some people think that it's just like a joke, but you have honored the invitation. We can't take it for granted. My name, I'm called Amanya Laban, a final year student at MAST, doing Bachelor's of Information Communication and Technology. That's me. I'm the CEO of Consultation Tech Company, and then the IT officer at Rushele Circle Phone in Churuhula. At MAST, I work closely with the students community, whereby I'm the president of Mbarara University Computing Students Association. That's more like working closely together with the community. Like how they have told you, these communities help you like maybe to relate, to network, to learn, and even venture into more fields that maybe you don't know in place. So you should work closely with these communities so that you can have that kind of engagement. Then as you grow more and more communities, you're going to have much into them, and then our ideas are going to be scaled and even marketed outside. So believe free, like maybe how I came to know about the Innovation Village, then GDC, it's all about Weasley. My mentor, though I haven't told her about that, but I think I will have to inform him in time so that he can get to know about. He's my mentor in machine learning. Basically, IoT relates much in machine learning and AI. So Weasley, we found him at campus when we were in first year. He could take us through sessions, student sessions like what we normally have. So in that, I saw the love that he was having for the students and eager to share the knowledge. So in that context, I saw that as you share knowledge, you become marketed, and then you become known, and then as you share, these sessions force you also to learn more because you can't share at some point where you don't have knowledge. So that's it. And Innovation Village, all these are my friends around here, the closest friends, Ankala, Sumaya, then Joshua, Andrew, all these are the friends that I've been working closely with and also in these communities. So believe I'm going to take you the session of IoT. What is IoT? Internet of Things. Guess that you are seated and then they cap from there to there and then you can take. So that's the world where we are going in. Don't think that it's just an imagination, but compare that you are there seated and then they drink from the table to where you want, then you start taking. So that's the world which we. So that will be like maybe the belief free, like what you talk about or what we are going to look through within this very session. We are going to talk about what status, maybe like the trends or what has been done. Then the future prospects, what do we expect in future? After all, then technological, because along the way we can't fail, we can't only promise heaven and then we don't fail to tell you that along the way when you do bad, then you can go to hell. So we also have to tell you like technological challenges that are so far in place and then of which you have to look into. Then we are going to have a smaller demo or the code that maybe how can you start to venture into this field of IoT if you are like maybe a new person but you feel that love to see things happening magically. How can you start? Then references, which will take us like maybe the materials that you can refer to when you need to go into that very field. What is Internet of Things? It's like all here we have things. Don't think that if we talk of things like IoT, we don't talk like maybe caps and what. We talk of things which we call physical devices. We can talk about like computers, sensors, actuators. Then devices, they can be like vehicles, buildings, and other items. but also in the future we expect that even trees will be connected and they will be working. So that will be the world of Internet of Things, which we briefly talk about. That's what it is. It's comprised of electronic sensors, softwares, and network connectivity, because after all, we are moving into automation, or maybe in the world where you can become in Kampala, you are controlling something in America. So that's Internet of Things. All things, maybe physical devices, are on the internet or are accessed remotely. So briefly, maybe that's the kind of, the overall, maybe like how those people came up with this kind of analysis of how many devices are connected to the internet. We see like maybe industrial, there are 3 billion devices. Then in medical devices, there are over 319 million devices connected. Then communication devices, 6 billion devices are so far connected. Then automotives, then 201 million devices are connected. So you can see that if you haven't embraced the world or the field of IoT, you are still lagged behind. So you need to put in much effort so that you can also see that in those devices, at least also you as like a person in tech, someone who needs to embrace technology, that at least you know briefly maybe what IoT is, or you can now be connected, or you can be now using the concept of IoT when you don't know. So learn how, or find more like what IoT device, or ask yourself after here, am I connected to IoT? After all, I'm seeing devices, I have the phone. Is it on IoT really? So find more and also know about that. Then I believe history about like maybe what Internet of Things, how did it came into existence? How did the people came to know about it? So you can ask yourself, he's talking about Internet of Things, what it is, then how did he came to know about it? So in 1990s, even in 1989, that's when the first IoT device was implemented and then put in place. It was called the toaster. It was invented by a man called John Rockme. If you can search about that man, it was called the toaster because it was used to toast food slices, maybe. It was a kitchen appliance. So that's when the first IoT device was created. Then in 1993, that's when a web camera, and it was used in Cambridge, was also created. Then a web camera, someone can ask yourself about a web camera. It was a camera that could record, then at the same time could also be connected to the internet. You get? Then also in 1994, a webcam was created. What was the difference between a webcam? People kept on. The other one created a webcam. So a webcam, someone said, how could this be improved and then put in place? So the man now said, the other one was recording and being connected to the internet. How can I improve on the webcam? Which people were even putting on. A webcam, it became in the context because it could be wired and someone could move a long way with it. You get? So in that way, it could process data. He improved. He had to put in improvement. It would also connect to the internet, but also it had the concept of data processing. Then, in 1999, Kevin Alston invented now the term Internet of Things. Because now, it was now beyond one camera, but it could now connect to more other cameras. Let's say that we have this camera, but someone could also access what is being recorded here using another camera, but remotely when it's not actually on the press. So they had to come up with the term Internet of Things, whereby things or devices or physical devices are connected to the internet, but then they are being accessed remotely. So like how the flow came, the number of connected devices overtakes. Do you know that even at one time the number of things or the number of devices connected to the internet outweighed even the number of people who are in the world? Ask yourself that. Were you there in 2008? But then, find out why the number of devices connected to the internet were even more beyond the population or that was even in place. You get? So the first iPhone was launched in 2017. So UN published its first report on Internet of Things. Then that's how the flow of the Internet of Things came into existence till that report in 2022. World Economic Forum names IoT as the three most impactful technology and advancement. So that's how the whole flow, and now there is what is existing. Maybe seated on the chair, and now the seat is turning up. So find out the current trend where we are right now in 2023. So more depiction on that. It's also maybe like more what I've talked on the other slide. Also that's how the toaster was operated on the net, on the internet. That's the kind of the toaster I was telling you. Then that's more of that belief kind of history that was being put in place. So what do we use in Internet of Things? After all, we have seen that it's network of infrastructures, devices, vehicles, even homes, even where we hope that even the trees, even the chairs will move. What does it comprise of? So IoT is comprised like how you see an ecosystem of 7 components, whereby we have IoT device, the network, the security, the gateway, the cloud, the application, and then we the users. So what are the IoT devices? These are like, I'm going to give you like examples, whereby if you know sensors, then actuators, then you can call other appliances. Maybe they can be homes, because these devices want to, if you bring your sensor, it will be connected either to a building or either to a motorcycle, or it will operate somewhere. So those are the devices when we are talking about that. So for you to get maybe to go deep into the IoT, know that you have to first have the IoT devices in place. Those are there. Then after all, after getting them, we need now to connect them. And we have to connect them on the internet via the network. You get? So this network, because we don't want that, if after all, like connecting them, we don't want that we should be there in place. IoT or Internet of Things make things very smooth and very even light on how they should operate or the way how you are using them. In this context, that you can maybe remotely control your room when you are in Kampala, when you are abroad. Guess what? That you have entered your building, or it is saying, "Hi, Amanya, please can you enter your," or it tells you something. You get? That's the way how you should think even. That don't reach at the door, then you go and unlock. You even sometimes you forget your keys where you have been, and then you think of going back. Internet of Things make things easier. Come, let there be like something that recognizes you, then you are welcomed into your home. Let you not stay your home as a prisoner, yet you can make things with the Internet of Things very easier. So we have to connect these things on the network. And after all, we should consider the security mechanism. If I'm Laban, if I have come at my place, will you be unlocked when Agure or someone else has come in place? So the security mechanism also is put in place when those things are on the network, because network is very big. Someone in America is on a network, someone where is a network. Then you have to consider security-wise, how will I be? How will my property or something that I'm putting on the network be secured? Then the gateway. This one acts as like the bridge. It's a device or a technology or a system that acts as a bridge between those networking devices and the network, and together with the cloud. You get? So this one acts as a bridge or an intermediary or a connector. Let's say that maybe you are going to, how can I say, like connectors. Let's say maybe we need to cross the bridge, but then we have to have something that connects us this, then connects us this side. So this one acts as an intermediary or the communicator or the bridge between all these that will be communicating. Because this, you see them as 7 components, but they operate on one. You can control them using like your phone. You are here, but you are almost controlling each and every activity at your company. You are here, and they are performing. You don't need someone also to be there monitoring them. They are controlled by you yourself. You get? So the cloud, that's where they comprise. It's a distributed server. It's maybe like a data storage. You can call it a distributed server that holds the infrastructures and even the data, whereby it provides like a storage capacity or the space of which it is having a large and a scalable storage capacity for you to keep your data, where your data is processed, analyzed, and even visualized. You get? So the cloud provides you with the space. Because after getting data, let's say that maybe you're at your home, need to get data like of your surrounding, the environment. This data is quite big. It can't be stored like on a local disk, can't be stored on a CD. It would be too much for you. But the cloud, it provides you with much space of which you are going to use to store all that kind of data. So that you can also, the cloud provides you like a space for you to visualize your data so that you can get the meaningful insight of that data. So the cloud also is that connected, whereby they are connected using the APIs of which help the data on the network to be all much be communicating. So the application, these are things like maybe you have stored your data, you have collected it, then where are you going to use? These are normal things like maybe the camera, the what, those are the applications where we apply in these. Like cars, like homes, these are applications where these IoT devices are going to be operating. Or what, maybe you can say I'm going to make like a simple robot, but I need it to automate or to do this to automatically without. Then users, these are the ones who are going, maybe someone who, I'm the one using it to control my home, I'm the one using it to do that and that. So briefly, that's whereby comprises part of the hardware, connectivity, and then the applications. Whereby the devices, we have like machines, these are computers, where we, because these things are programmed. It's not that you are going where we assume trees are going to move, but then you are here. They are going to be programmed. So we have the devices. Those are machines. It can be meters. They can be what? Then sensors and actuators. Those that capture data. Let's say that you need to say that if maybe some heat now arises in this room, let's not turn these fans manually. Think of something that we can even enter the room. If temperature reaches at a certain maybe percentage, let the fan turns automatically and starts rotating. We don't need that every time now I'm going to tap. You're even disorganizing people at the same time. So you can think of such kind of thing. But all these, we have to embed sensors here so that they can capture that data of the surrounding environment, or maybe the temperature that is around us. So those are sensors and actuators. Then we go to the common new hardwares. Then we go to the cellular. Those are the kinds of the network that will help us provide the connectivity between the hardwares and then the network. Then we have the back end. Those are the servers to collect and analyze data. This data is analyzed. IoT uses also the concept of machine learning and also the concept of artificial intelligence. Because after collecting all this data is not all that meaningful. So you have to analyze, you have to use different algorithms and even models so that you can make a meaningful information out of this data. And that one is done using the concept of machine learning, AI, and so IoT is a broad field beyond even what you are thinking of that. But for it, why it is more and more, it's because for it makes things operate even automatically, not like that you have to request. But if you set, or if you say that for you, it is going to be doing it so automatically. Then application, those are softwares, then billing and support, then system integration. After getting all this data, training it using all that, then you have to integrate it within your application so that they start to work on automatically. Let's say that maybe I need, if I come at my home, let this door open or let my face be recognized. I'm going to train my model. I'm going to first collect like all images of here. Then I train that if this face comes, maybe let's say if I have a scar, I can train that model in an instance that if it recognizes the scar I have, then it is going. So out of that data that I have collected from you, I'm going to analyze it using maybe any model, then I make a meaningful out of it of what I need for it to perform. Then how does IoT system works? How the flow of how it works. How do you come to that? Maybe you need to perform, you need to do what, but all that seems like a long process, but that one is a simple journey that we have to make. Radio frequency identifiers. These contain actuators, they contain even sensors that identify and even track the data. believe free, maybe let's say that those who have ever gone to irrigation farms find that there are sensors instilled, like maybe on soil or even like on the surrounding environment. So these are radio frequency identifiers. They contain those sensors and even which they pick the surrounding. Maybe let's say they are intended for specific function. May have maybe like sensors for moisture, may have sensors like for maybe temperature, or maybe that they are going to detect like water levels. They are of different kinds and they perform different functions. So you should be aware, what do I need to perform? Even if you go and be like those people who are doing final year projects for IoT, don't go and request that I need a sensor. For what? First, to know what you are going to perform and what do you need your sensor, what is its intention after all, after buying it, so that you get the proper of what is going to suit your intention. Then those sensors, they collect data and also detect changes of the physical status, maybe like the surrounding environment that you are in. They are going to say that maybe collect data. It's going to collect data of each and every kind depending on what its specific function. If it's for the moisture, it's going to collect the moisture maybe entirely, depending on how you set it to collect it. Then the smart tech to enhance the power of the network developing processes and the what. That's where now, after these sensors, we are now connecting them onto the world of technology, whereby we need them to connect them with the cloud and then so that we can access those things using our physical devices. It can be like a phone, it can be like a smartphone. After all, we don't need to be in place for us these things to operate. Then maybe overall popularity, what has IoT done? Somebody might be there thinking, but is this real? But people like just to know that developed other countries are far from us. So as you see those percentages, what are people now, how have people used it? Like maybe you can see there monthly worldwide Google searches of application, 2 monthly tweets containing names of IoT, monthly LinkedIn posts that include the application name or metrics what. So these are the kinds of what is actually happening outside in the world. People are making searches of IoT. You are thinking of only application like some people, you even now go at campus, someone can't think of an IoT application. People think of Android, people think of machine learning, people think, but just to know that people outside there are leaving us. They need to make these things. So it's very early when you embrace this, like how we have had it, that you go and also make a search. How does IoT, how can I start or how can I venture into this very field of IoT? And how can I gain? After all, they have told us that we are doing each and everything with the instance of getting money. So these are monthly searches on Google, LinkedIn, Twitter that have been made. Smart grid, smart city. Smart city, you can think of maybe cameras that even someone can be at the central police station but can easily control whatever is happening within the town. That is the power of IoT that can actually be doing. In the smart retail shop, think of entering the shop and each and every commodity is introducing yourself to you. I'm here of this and this price. Think of that application. People go in supermarkets and they start loitering around for even 30 minutes without even getting what they want. But think of that you can enter this and everything introduce itself. And that one can be done. So the wireless smart homes, that's whereby you can I've not seen this application common, but these good fire alert systems, whereby immediately they detect fire within your home. Sprinklers can start sprinkling like water, and even you don't need to be all the time calling fire brigades, even in schools. So think of that system, that even schools, these current trends of firework burnings in Uganda, in each and every school, think of that application. It can be of more valuable that if the fire is detected, then automatically water can be sprinkled without calling these people to come up with their buses in place, even who come not in time and all things are damaged and spoiled. So that's the power of Internet of Things, and these things can be done automatically. When fire is detected, what can be done? That's kind of automation that you can do. Automate things, and when they are working remote, you can even be seeing what is actually happening when you are on the internet. So that was some kind of thought-controlled computing. So that was some kind of someone having its machine headset to develop a toy car that can be driven forward with a thought. If you are thinking, people are bringing robots or maybe cars that revive themselves. But just to know that there can be a device where it is connected to your thoughts of thinking, and when you think that I need to go to Kampala, for it will start the journey. Think of that mechanism that even our thinkings can start driving cars. And those machines are, some countries, they are already in place. Just think that I have to pass through Masaka, what, and the machine will use your thought to connect, and then your car will start itself driving. Then also body metrics that can be embedded in the next generation, possible for me to capture critical health that is already in place, whereby it can analyze and know your body status and all the kinds of weakness and diseases, and then it depicts which kind of medication can you take. Let you not all the time go and test in the hospitals what and what. Think of that device that you can you can have that device that detects your health status all over everyday life, every day, so that it can even depict which kind of better medication can you take. That's when after feeding it with data, and then after getting data, that data process it, and then get a useful information. So don't think of every day going to hospitals, and then you go there, next day they say come, even they don't have time. Think of that machine that can easily analyze your body health every day life. Then those are some of the components that maybe can be used in IoT. These are some of the sensors that I was telling you. Someone was monitoring his health, the wound, his kind of the crop was monitoring its moisture, its what. Those are sensors connected to MCU boards. That's kind of programming that you can really do. Like how I've told you that IoT is a broad field. It is comprised of machine learning, comprised of AI, and it is also comprised of robots. So it can be, but for it, what it makes it easier is that things perform themselves automatically. You don't have to be in press, or you don't have to keep requesting. It's what you tell them to do that will be done automatically, even when you are not in press. So also, this was kind of a smart home, whereby lights can turn themselves on, like how I've told you. You have come from work, you are tired. When you enter your room, let your lights turn on, everything, maybe the kafan, the TV turns itself on. That's the kind of automation that you should think of. Even go in your rooms. Think of what you can automate. If I come, I'm really tired of making this. Maybe turning my hoofers all the time when I come in. Even you can feed them with data. They understand your behavior, so that they know at this time I need to listen to this kind of music. At this time I need to listen to this kind of music. So that those things automate themselves and do themselves perfectly depending on your human behavior. So you should think beyond. IoT is for thinkers. All the time you have to think crazy, you have to think of some imaginations which cannot happen. But in that way, you'll get beautiful ideas that can transform this very world that we are in. Because the world or the power of technology is growing, and we are living this kind of being on a machine all the time, and to the automation. So just go think big. Start from your room. Can you turn your lights on when you are in the room? When you enter from your campus, can they turn themselves on automatically? So think of that after going there. So it can also be used, some of the applications can be used, maybe smart agriculture, that can be irrigation, then environmental monitoring, they can monitor the temperature, then health, like how I've told you, analyze your body. Know you are feeding what, moods, know what, and then those things tell you about that. So you can be, maybe if they analyze your body, they can tell you, do you know that you are lacking some water in your body. Instead of you waiting to go at the hospital for them to put you on cannulas, have that application or have those systems so that when you reach there, they can analyze your body and know that this person is now dehydrated. Can you take in some water? And that alert or that voice, it can be either in form of a voice or an alert can pop on your phone. That's the power of IoT, that things can be done automatically or automated, but in a simple and easier way to make life very easy. So, do you know? That was the kind of thinking that I'm even thinking. That do you know that in this world, even the cars, even the cows are going to use IoT? So in the world of IoT, even the cows will be connected and even monitored. Sensors are implanted into their the eyes of the cattle. Just know this will happen. You don't need doctors all the time, or veterinary doctors all the time. Think of that. Go and think of it that even the cows in the field of IoT, they will be even analyze the health status, their feeding behaviors, their what, and that is the power of IoT. And you don't need all the time to be on the farm, even looking for who to look after those cows' health all the time. These are animals. How can you understand that? You understand that it's even now diseased. Maybe it is having some after a long time. But with the field of IoT, you can even monitor its status and then you have the proper feedback in place. So also think of that. But me, I'm already knowing that the field of IoT, even the cows, even the trees will have to move. So also think like, maybe also have another scenario. Have you ever gone to a shop and you see how long you loiter? Have you ever gone to supermarkets? But you loiter around, no one is even helping you, and you even fail, you have that fear. What if I request when they say that maybe I'm ignorant, I'm what? So even be there in the corridors loitering. But think of something that you have entered maybe a supermarket and the goods are introducing themselves. Hello, I'm this and this at this price. And you make life easy, other than going and then you start even making fridges. At some point, they will even make you pay for things that you have not bought. So think of that, entering, and then things are making themselves happening. Even when moving, the reader will tell you the stuff, even what you have put, all that one will be automated automatically, and they will make our life very easy. So that's the feature of IoT. You can ask ChatGPT, you can ask what, you can have an idea, you can think crazy of yourself. So have you ever asked about yourself? Because I was there like in the middle of the night thinking, maybe, do I know even sometimes where I want to go? Then like maybe the people I have interacted with. Maybe all that day, someone tells you, but I have given you my number, you don't even still recall me. Those things can be done. Tell someone, hey, I've interacted with this one and this one. Maybe like a report, a small report in the evening for the people that you have made. Then how long it takes for you to get to work. Maybe like now you have crossed, maybe those sensors can be instilled. Try it and buy one shoe and you see. Those sensors are instilled like within your shoes, and they can tell you how many meters have you walked, the kind of energy you have used, what have you lost in your body. Those things, think about that, so that you can bring up that application. It can apply in health, can apply in what, and people will have to give you money. Don't think of mobile applications which are already in place that you are improving them. Think of other crazy ideas that will scale and become big projects, like how you see ChatGPT, what. Those things are ideas, and of which they come also from us. So think beyond that. How much have I got distracted? Can we have that kind of training that some people can know, this is my mood. This I'm happy here, I'm good, and it generates a report. This is health-wise. So think of that beyond what you can even think. And that in that way will be embracing the power of IoT. So in that way, I was like, can Internet of Things help us to know more about ourselves? So that's the kind, maybe the sky is not the limit. What are you seeing, the kind of mood, what the real-time network planning, ship visibility, hospital optimization, the kind of the future where we are going. So that one will be generated, and we also think of that is actually going to happen. So maybe these are some of the challenges that you can encompass along the way. I'm going to summarize briefly next 5 minutes. 5? Okay. In next 5 minutes, I'm going to summarize this. Maybe part of the connectivity, somewhere these are challenges, like how I've told you. I can't only tell you the good ones that are within this very field, that also I have to show you that along the way, finances, some of the sensors are expensive, some of the what are expensive, data analysis. This data has to be analyzed and you have to take in of it, that as we are analyzing that data because it contains big data sets, so it's all that much. Then the skill gap. Some people lack the skill of how they should start. Then security-wise, like I have told you that in any way that you are putting something on the internet, just to know at some point you are not secure. So we have to think much of the security part of it. Those are the kinds of security of challenges that are within the field of IoT. Then how can you start? Maybe you need now from here, I've seen someone is telling me IoT. How can I start? We have a small tool called Packet Tracer. It's a software, it's downloaded, it's online, and it's very free. You can just now go and first stimulate your ideas. Can I now have the battery connected together with the gateway, with even the alarm, with even the what? And now you simulate those ideas, like the heating energy, the what? Go and think of that. What you can start with. In Packet Tracer, they can simulate any. You can even make a smart house and the what? Then that's the way we give you more motivation to do and do and do. You can use any programming language like Python to implement that, to make them automated. So after here, go and use Packet Tracer to drive that. Lastly, maybe I will not talk about much of that. So I'm saying that big data is not magic. Does not matter how much data you have if you can't make sense out of it. So even if we have all this data, even what ChatGPT has generated, if we can't make sense out of it and drive an impact out of it, we are going to still keep using instead of having our own ideas being implemented. Then that's the kind of maybe of reference that you can, if you need to start now from here and you have heard maybe what is IoT, what is it all about, go and now find, these are kinds of references. I will also have to share the more videos, those people that I will have to interact with. We are going to find more videos. How can you start to think of that? And then those people that will be after here also have like maybe practical things that have already been in place, that have implemented. We are going to see how they are kind of operating. Otherwise, thank you for listening. Maybe I will welcome only one question. Only one. Okay, member, thank you for listening and may God bless you.
A better hand clap. Some of you are just there looking. All right, thank you very much, Laban. Internet of Things. Wow. How many of you have ever interacted with your phones? I know how many of you have Android phones? Do you even know you have an assistant? How often do you use your assistant? All right. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is someone who, you need to really pay keen attention. So, joining me on stage is going to be Festus Olesegan, all the way from Benin Republic. He is a developer and focusing majorly on Flutter. He has done a lot in open source and he likes sharing with people. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a Google developer expert and he is coming to give us a session. So join me as we welcome Peters.
Hello, everyone. Um, my name is Festus Olusegun. I am from Nigeria. I'm a little worried about because when I came to Uganda, I noticed that our accents were really different, and I was having a lot of trouble understanding, like people speaking. So I'm kind of worried about like you guys understanding the things I say. So if you have any questions after the session, maybe you don't understand something I said, you can always ask. So, who am I? I am a software engineer at Cream. I've been developing using Flutter since 2018. I'm an open source contributor and a GDE for Flutter and that. Today I'll be speaking on 2D game development using Flutter. So, how many of us are developers here? If you're a developer, please raise up your hand. I know we probably have some designers and program managers. So, if you're a developer that has ever thought about creating a game, raise up your hand. If you've ever thought about, okay, maybe I should try making a 2D game or something like that, you can raise up your hand. Okay, we have a few here. Okay, that's good. Because I remember when I started developing in 2016, one of the things I always wanted to create was, I just wanted to create games, maybe 1 or 2 games, like something simple, but also functional. So that's kind of the reason why I'm interested in this topic, and I hope you are too. So also, how many of us use Flutter here? Do we have anybody that uses Flutter? Okay. So yeah, this topic is going to be very interesting to you then. So why use Flutter for game development? Well, because number one, Flutter is very high performance. Flutter has a native look and feel. Flutter has really good animations. If you are a Flutter developer and you're on Twitter or on LinkedIn or on social media generally, you see a lot of people doing some crazy animations using Flutter. That's how good Flutter is for animations. Flutter is cross-platform. So if you build your app using one code base, right, you can run your app, the app you build in just one code. You can run it on different platforms, on Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, Linux, and also web. So one code base you build for all these things. You don't have to start writing another code for Android, another code for iOS, another code for the web. You don't have to start writing JavaScript for web, maybe Swift for iOS, and maybe Swift for macOS. You just write your code with Dart and Flutter, and you build for all other platforms. It's that easy. Quick development. So with Flutter, your development process can be really short because Flutter comes with a lot of components. So all you have to do is to put together these components, and you have a beautiful app. So quick developments, easy to learn. So if you are interested in let's say app development, for example, you can just try Flutter. It's very easy to learn. You don't have to. There are a lot of resources for Flutter out there. Also, the community is really supporting. So it's a very good choice if you want to start mobile development. Large community. I just said the community is really supporting. We have Flutter communities. From where I'm from now, we have Flutter Benin. We have Flutter Lagos in Nigeria. Also on Twitter, you see a lot of Flutter developers always tweeting about things they developed, things they did. And if you have questions, you can always ask on social media or Stack Overflow. Okay. So I just kind of want to demo some games that were made with Flutter. So, four picks, one word. It's a popular game, or it was a popular game where I'm from. I don't know if it's a popular game here. Do we know four picks, one word? It's a game where it has like four pictures, and you um, try to guess what the pictures are. Does anyone know what four picks, one word is? Uh, so this is what the game looks like. So it was a very popular game where I'm from. Several years ago, almost everyone had this game on their phone. And the developers decided to rewrite the entire game in Flutter just to speed up their development process. And there are also some other games here. We have chess variants. We have Kelimelik. We have Orbits. We have Super Tic Tac Toe. That's some successful games made with Flutter. And we have some other games that were made with Flutter. Here you can see, oh, I think the Wi-Fi is a bit slow. Mm. I wanted to demo a super cool game made with Flutter. It's this space invader type game where you move your rockets and it kills the enemy. But it doesn't seem to be. I think it's still loading. So you can see this game. So this was fully made in Flutter. Like you can make really cool stuff like this, cool games. Okay, so that's one. There are a bunch of other games made with Flutter also, a lot of them out there. So I've been talking about Flutter, Flutter, Flutter. So if you are using Flutter now, how do you start developing games with Flutter? Because there are a lot of moving parts to a game. Like a game now has, in a game we have collision detection. Like when two things hit each other, how do we know? How do we know that two things have hit each other and maybe increase the score or increase whatever we need to increase? There are also movements, also dragging, and things like that. So how do we achieve this in Flutter? So there is a framework, there's a package in Flutter. We have packages and plugins. They are basically libraries. So there is a library called Flame. So Flame is a powerful 2D game development framework that can be used to create a wide varieties of games. It is easy to learn and use, and it provides a lot of features out of the box, like sprites and animation handling. So if you need to, maybe you have for example, you want to create a game like Subway Surfers now. You notice that the character, it moves all the time. Let's say you're using Jake, for example. There is a point where he's running, there's a point where he's jumping, there's a point where he's sliding. So that is sprites, animation, and handling. So Flame helps you to handle all these things pretty easily. Multi-layer parallax, particle systems, collision detection, like I just mentioned before, game audio support, gesture and input handling. So all of this comes out of the box if you're using Flame. You don't have to start a lot of unnecessary calculations. All you have to do is to use the right components and you get a full functioning game in a few hours. So I want to do a little demo of a simple game I built for this session, so we can see what the code looks like for anyone that is interested, and what the results looks like also. Okay, I have to. I think the code is not visible. I have to increase the fonts. Okay. Can we see the code on the screen? Good. So the game is called Pong. It's an arcade game. It's basically you have two paddles, one paddle on the right, one paddle on the left, and you have a ball moving. So you try to hit the ball, and when the ball goes out, you get a point. So you see when the ball comes out of here, this the guy on this side gets a point, and the same thing happens. Can I set it two? So I can move this as the player. And then I have the other paddle on the side is basically an AI. I wouldn't call it an AI, but it's just a few calculations I put together to make it move. So So if you are, maybe you have some knowledge of Flutter or you are starting Flutter to start building games, this is how the process looks like. First, you try to add the flame package, try to add it to your pub spec. And after that, in Flutter, we have a main file. So this is where everything happens. This is like the starting point. So here we have our game widgets, and in the game widgets we pass in a game, which is this Pong game, and the Pong game is basically a class that extends another class, which is called Flame Game. So in the Flame Game we have a bunch of things. We have a screen hitbox. We have the paddle, the left paddle, which is, I think, the one to this side. And then we have the left paddle, we have the right paddle, we have a left player score and a right player score, and then we have the ball. So we only have this just about 6 components, and we basically have a game. But there are a bunch of code that are written in these components also. Like we have the paddle, for example. So there are a lot of code here. If I start explaining all this code, I'm pretty sure a lot of people are going to get lost. So I'm just going to try to keep it at a minimum. So what this paddle does in summary is what we have in this paddle in summary. We have collision callbacks and we have drag callbacks. So the collision callbacks, it helps with when the ball hits the paddle. So that's like a collision. So we detect that and then we increase the score. And then we have the drag callbacks, which is for dragging this paddle and making it move around. And also we have the ball. We have the ball. There's a bunch of code in the ball. It's basically a white circle. The ball is basically a white circle that's moving around. And what's basically happening in here is also we have a collision callback. That's when the ball collides with anything, be it the screen or the paddle, we either update the score or we update the velocity and the position of the ball. And also we have the score, which is basically text that is on the screen. And yeah, that's basically it. So now Flutter Casual Games Toolkit. So at Google I/O last year, Google announced the Flutter Casual Games Toolkit. And basically what this is it's like a template. It's basically a template. So rather than you writing your game from scratch, it's basically everything has been. You have a bunch of things in there already. You have like monetization. You have menus and a bunch of things. So you can basically get this toolkit. It's a template. You can get it, and it's going to like improve your development process and time. So you don't have to write everything from scratch since you have a bunch of things already in there. So yeah, so that's it for my presentation. Thank you. Can you ask questions?
A better hand clap. All right, thank you very much. And how many of you have been inspired at least to try out something simple in gaming? I mean, it looked a bit easy. Huh? How many were inspired? So how many of you are going to at least build a game on Flutter? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Please let me be the first person to test your games. But otherwise, thank you very much. Now, before we go for our lunch, we are going to have a very, very quick Q&A session. So I'm going to give you like 5 minutes to comprehend and make sure that you have your question intact, and such that when we come here, you guys are ready to deliberate. So we shall have a quick Q&A session that will last for approximately 10 minutes, then we can see something else. So a few 5 minutes for you to comprehend before the 10 minutes, is that fine? So gather all the data from the previous presentations. We had the cyber security, we had the IoT, then we had the 2D games with Flutter. So we shall just have a music session as you do that for the next 5 minutes. Music, please. Invite Laban. Then Festus, come and have a seat. So, I think with this we can say the Q&A session is open. Who has a question? All right.
Thank you very much. My name is Ainembo's Patience from Kabari University, and my greatest expectation was about cybersecurity, and I'm very happy. Thank you, Ms. Sharon, for the last session. And my question is, I happened to do my internship from a judicial high court, and this court has gotten 4 systems. We have the cascade system, we have the judgmental, and we have something to do with networking. And I realized that these people don't have security both in network and the systems. Even right now, if you can log in to the CAS, you can easily generate a report for yourself, yet you are not responsible to do so. So how can I help as an internee the organization? Thank you.
All right. I hope you're noting down your questions.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Alfred Idimaso, once again from Kabul University. My question goes to Festus. Thank you very much, first of all. I'm dearly inspired by the 2D gaming session. But my question is, like previously, when we are talking about ideation, you look around and see the problems that are facing the world, the people around you. So how could someone generate an idea concerning, like maybe creating a game? How can someone come up with a unique game that maybe can inspire people and bring people to bring up the passion for people to pursue that, to search for that game that you have created? Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. My question goes to Mr. Laban. You talked about IoT devices, different IoT devices, but though you didn't tell us about like the code behind them, like which programming language do they use, like how are they programmed naturally? Like how can I come up with that connection code-wise? Because even they interconnect them, they can't communicate unless I program them to communicate. My question also will go to Sharon. Another question I have, like, in case I'm attacked, how do I know that I'm attacked by cyber security attackers? And how can I recover from that attack? Thank you very much.
All right.
My name is Mwine Marvin from Mbarara University. My question goes to Mr. Festus. Thanks for enlightening us about Flutter game development. And my question is like, on a beginner basis, how would you advise one to like start? For starters, what do you advise them to do? And another thing, the developed games give us more about the market, like the market share. How are they marketable, and how does one benefit by developing such games? Thank you.
All right. I think I'm going to have 3 more questions. Her, him,
Thank you
and
very
him.
much. I'm called Om Chaglad from Kabale University. And personally, this goes to Sharon because I'm interested in cybersecurity. But what I don't know is how is cybersecurity competitive in the IT sector? Because you be there, you hear someone is like, I'm interested in networking because it has a high competitive market, it's my software. So I really want to know how competitive is cybersecurity in the IT sector? Thank you.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm Ronald Nwahereza from Mbarara University. I'm also interested in cybersecurity. I had my YouTube account. It had grown over 1,000 subscribers. But recently, I can't log in into my account, and I've never given my credentials to anyone. But the channel still exists. If you search, you can still find it, but I can't access it to upload anything. So I don't know. Is it that I'm attacked by those hackers, or my account is still available for me? Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. My question goes to Festus. So you talked about Flutter, and I wanted to know, is it specifically for making 2D games, or it can also make 3D games and others? And one other thing is, you talked about animations. Like, is it, what kind of animations? Are we talking about Tom and Jerry, or maybe I didn't get it at first, but I wanted to know what Flutter is. Is it a software? Is it an application? Thank you very much.
All right. Then one last one from... Okay, this is the last question we are checking.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very privileged to be part of the Google I/O Extended. I'm Godson Must. My question goes to Laban. So Laban, I want you to imagine a scenario where we have, let's say, a startup entrepreneur bringing to life an e-commerce website. Let's say an app for e-commerce. For instance, take of Amazon, eBay, or Jumia, for instance, for Uganda's case. Do you think we can apply IoT there? Do you think there is any way we can apply IoT to optimize how e-commerce could be best held? That's one. Part B is, do you think we can apply IoT in blockchain? How? Practical working steps. Thank you so much.
All right. So I am going to start with Laban, and we shall just move. Okay.
Thank you very much. I'll start with the first question. The lady who is interning at a certain organization. You say the organization is facing a challenge of insecurity, that students can log in and be able to generate reports for themselves. What you can do right now is to talk to the administration of that organization to be able to employ more security facilities, if it's possible, because for you as a student, maybe there is nothing much you can do about it, but you can talk to the organization and tell them to actually employ these securities that we've talked about. Ensure security, ensure secure logging in. There is also something whereby levels of security, whereby a student can log in and they see that's what a student can see, and then maybe managers can see what managers can see, maybe directors can see what directors can see. So those are security levels, meaning that if a student comes, they cannot be able to view other things. So really, I would encourage you to talk to the administration and tell them how security is important for them.
Can I answer any question? Yeah, so I think the first question I got was concerning creating games that can motivate people, something around that, right? Was that the question? Okay. Um, well, I feel like it's more about understanding your environment. So you can definitely create educational games, right? Um, so if you understand your environment, you look at your environment and see the kind of things that people need, what people want, what people want to be educated on. There are a lot of matters in the world that needs education, climate change, a lot of things. I mean, there are definitely ways to create fun games that can educate people on topics like that. You know, climate change, STDs, etc. You know, and if you're worried about like will people adopt your game, or how do you get your game out there? If you create something that people actually need, they will definitely come for it. You don't even need to market your game or your app before people will start coming to get it.
Question. Someone was asking whether you could use Flutter to develop 3D games, if I can.
I think there was a question about how to start Flutter.
Yeah.
Okay, so how to start Flutter? So if you want to start Flutter, I feel like first of all, Flutter is a framework. Flutter is a framework. You asked if Flutter was an app. Flutter is a framework. It is not an application. It's a framework for developing applications. So it's just like if you're familiar with, let's say, JavaScript. JavaScript is a language. React, Vue, Node, they are all frameworks, right? PHP is a language. Laravel is a framework. Dart is a language. Flutter is a framework on top of Dart for building UI and UI applications that has interface, right? So with Flutter, you can build for mobile, web, desktop, even IoT. Yes. So someone asked about languages for IoT. Flutter, Dart, you can build. As long as your IoT device has a screen, Flutter will definitely run on it. So Flutter is one of the things you can use to build for IoT. And I think another question was what is like the markets? How marketable are games? Well, almost everyone wants to play game. I myself, I play game like, I think almost every day. I at least have a game on my phone I'm playing, or my PS5, or my laptop that I'm playing, right? So games are very marketable. All you have to do is this is the hardest part of anything you want to build, is getting the idea. If you can get a very good idea, if you can get a marketable idea, something that people want, you just have to look around your environment, like I've said before, look at what people need, then give it to them. If it's in form of a game, in form of an app, it is definitely going to sell. And I think so. Another way? I think another question is how you can monetize your game. I'm not sure. So let's say you are building your game in Flutter now and you're worried about how can you get money from it. So there is something called in-app purchases. So let's say you are playing a game, right? And you need coins to buy a particular character, or you need coins to buy something in the game, right? So there are some times that to tell you that you can buy a bunch of coins for like $2. You can buy 100 coins for like $1 or something like that. So that is in-app purchases. A lot of people out there, like Subway Surfers now, it's a very popular game, and there are definitely a lot of people out there that buy coins with their money. So let's say I want to buy a very fine character in the game. Because of this, I'm going to spend like $10 in the game, and that $10 is going to developer. The developer is going to make money that way. So that's how. Also, there are ads, advertisements. You can put advertisements in your games, and that also will generate revenue for you. So is Flutter for just 2D games? Presently, yes. Flutter is only currently right now, Flutter only renders 2D. The Flutter team has been working on 3D for a while now, and it's almost there. Very soon, we'll be able to do render 3D, create 3D games, render 3D objects in Flutter. So that is coming up. I don't know, could be next year, could be in 2 years. I personally do not know. But currently, it's just 2D. And also, what type of animations? Is it Tom and Jerry? No. So animations, by definition, is just a group of successive frames. So as long as you have different frames moving together, like successively, it's an animation. So in your app, maybe you tap on something and a button disappears. That is an animation, basically, right? You swipe on something, something appears. That is also an animation in a way. So that is what I meant by animations. There are some apps, a lot of apps out there that have really complex animations that you use these apps, you'll be like, how can I build something like this? How can I create this kind of animation? So that's the kind of animation I'm talking about, not like Tom and Jerry or cartoons like that. Yeah, I think that is it for me.
All right, thank you very much. Then I think we are finalizing with Laban. Oh, you have one question unanswered. Please answer it.
Someone asked, how do you know that you are attacked, and how do you recover from the attack? Number one, how do you know that you've been attacked? Security alert. If you get a security alert from any website, maybe Google usually sends us security alerts, and you're not the person logging into your accounts, then it means that you're being attacked. Number two, slowed data. You've been using a faster internet connectivity, or maybe your applications have been very fast, and all of a sudden things are slowing down. Usually that's really a malware, and maybe you are facing a worm or a virus attack. The other way maybe you could be attacked is, there are very many ways, but those are the biggest ways. But you can know that you've been attacked. There are softwares that can actually show you that you've been attacked. The other time, Andrew talked to us about security alerts, where he showed us that it's possible for your password to have been used, or actually your email to have been attacked. So those softwares are available online. And you can actually be sure that you've been attacked. Someone asked, how is cybersecurity competitive in IT sector? Cybersecurity is a very good, can I say, career path. Can I bring it out in that sense? Because it's in every field, you need cybersecurity. Actually, in IoT, you need cybersecurity. In machine learning, you need cybersecurity. Even in languages, you need cybersecurity. In application development, I am a student, but even when we are developing these things they want us to develop, they tell us how secure is what you're developing. Meaning you will need cybersecurity in each and everything you do. It is very, very good, and it is very marketable. and I think it's current, like everyone is talking about cybersecurity. So it's really on the go. If you want to have a career path in it, please do. And there are very many opportunities out there, especially for girls. I am in one. It's called Cyber Girls. And these things are interesting, the things you learn and the things you get to know that are happening around. Last question, someone asked about his YouTube not opening. I don't know if that's an attack, because highest possibility, it's possible that maybe you forgot your password, or maybe you didn't forget your password, or it's an attack. But the best way really to find out is maybe to look out for ways, if it's possible, to actually have maybe a system that can be, check out systems that can actually be hacked. But I hope you didn't forget your password. That is one of the possibilities. Yeah.
So I just wanted to add a little to what she said about, I think the question about the YouTube account. So the only way only you yourself can know if you were attacked or not. So there are ways for you to diagnose this, for you to know. So you said if you search on YouTube, you can find the channel. I guess my question now would be, can you log into the Google account that you created the channel with? You can? You can't. You can't. Did you set up two-factor authentication? You did? You put the code, but it still didn't log in. That could be something with your account. I feel like you can try contacting Google. Maybe write to their support. They might be able to help. As long as your password works and it sends an OTP to you, I don't think you were attacked. I think it's probably something is wrong with the system. You can just contact the support line and you might get help.
All right, thank you very much, Festus and Shalon. Now let's finalize with Laban.
Thank you so much, everyone. I'll start with Bridget's question. Which programming languages do they use? Can use Python, C++, then you can use also JavaScript. Then how can you start it? It depends. If you needed to connect maybe to the network, your devices need to be connected to the network or remotely, which means there you have to pass through all the stages: data collection, data storage, data processing, data visualization, which means you have a gateway, then you develop an API for it, then you have the request, RFD, radio frequency identifier, that will act as maybe the connector between the devices and also the cloud and also the API. But if you need for them not to maybe connect to the network, you can use these MCU boards, you program them, then they can perform. If you don't need them to be connected to the network. There it's done normally. You can use these other software tools and you simulate what you want to do and it will be performed. But if you need to connect them to network, then you have those devices, the gateway, then you develop an API, then you pass all those processes. Then to Godison, who was saying that how can blockchain be applied in, how can IoT be applied in blockchain and e-commerce? I think one of the problem you are finding in blockchain and e-commerce is like decision making. Some people are trading like currencies which are not even working up, or they don't know how those kinds in decision making. Don't know which currency should I keep on trading, which currency should I. So IoT can you can automate those decisions so that you can have a proper decision. Which currency can you keep taking? Which currency can I trade? Or which is now? So IoT, I think in e-commerce and blockchain, that's the major challenge we are facing as people in those fields. Thank you.
All right. Now, thank you very much. And also, whatever we have here is just a tip of the iceberg. There's usually a lot that you can find out as long as you make a few research and a few consultations. Like, we shall have a session where you can network with anyone here. I believe there are very many resourceful people in this room, some that are seated among you. So just find a person and yes, communicate to them. So thank you very much once again for answering those questions. You can take your seats. So what we are going to do is have lunch, but before we have lunch, we are going to just move out and take a photo. So guys, let's just rise up and move out, and we shall have a photo session, and as we come back in, we shall be served lunch. Thank you very much. I think we can start moving. Weasley, do you want to go out and tell us exactly where you want us to be outside? All right.
All right. So here's my IDE, my Android Studio, and I'll be running this session on an emulator. I have here. All right. So we're going to be starting out with some sample code. You can follow this URL. If you're already on this page, you can follow this URL to get the sample starter code. So you can copy that. You go to your Android Studio. Let me close this project first. And you see, get from version control. So you can click on that. And you paste that URL here. And you click on clone. So I've already cloned this app, so I'm not going to do that again. So when you clone the app, here's what is going to appear. Your Gradle files have to build, so you have to give that a minute to build up. My apologies if you can't see the top right section of the IDE, but most of what we're interested in would be on this side. So, okay, I'm going to start up my Android virtual device. Oh, it's running already. Oh, in light mode. Okay. Okay, some people behind can't see my IDE, so let me change that. I think that is better. All right. So after cloning the app, make sure you check out the startup branch. So the first thing, you can click down here. You go to Origin Starter, and you click on Checkout. And that will take you to the startup branch, which has the starter code required to follow with this code lab. So right now, we're in the startup branch. This is where we want to be. So let's proceed.
So basically, if you are coding, if you are following live, just follow the steps. And if you are not, just, I hope you have memory, good memory.
Okay, exploring the starter code, we'll find in the main activity.kt file, we're going to see some composables, wolf app, dog item, dog icon, and dog information, and some others. So that's just some basic stuff we're going to find in our starter code. Here's the starter code. So these are some of those composables, dog information. So in Jetpack Compose, you use composables to describe your user interface. So we have some of, here we have a preview composable, which helps you to preview your application before you actually run it on your device. Okay, so let's proceed. So our starter code is going to look something like this. It's just a list of dogs, their pictures, and their age. So right now it doesn't look all that good. It's just, you know, clunky, and let's make this a little bit fun. So the first thing we're going to do is add some color. How do we do that? We are going to be using the material theme builder to create a color scheme. So I'm going to click on this link, and it's going to take me to the material theme builder, which is part of the material.io website. So here's an easy way you can easily create themes for your applications. Now this actually supports Jetpack Compose, that's native Android, Flutter, and web. So you can see all of that here. Well, Android Views is new here. We didn't have that before, but let's go on and create colors for this. The color, primary color, which we are going to be using is this with hex code, this hex code. So now you can choose your primary color, and The material theme builder is going to generate other color palettes which would match this color and better render your UI elements. You have more contrast and visibility would be easier. The app would look great. So you can come here. You only need to select just one color, which is your primary color, and this tool is going to generate all the other colors for you. And it can also provide you with some code which you can import into your project. Now, dynamic color is also a method which can be used to derive certain color schemes from your wallpaper or certain content from your Android phone. But this only works on Android version 12 and above. So we won't be looking at some of these today, but maybe with the app we are going to put out, you can maybe test that out on your devices. So we have some color palettes like primary, on primary, secondary, on secondary. These are the main ones you'll be making use of. And the material theme builder actually generates color schemes for both light theme and dark theme. So you can have all of those colors generated for you very easily in one click. So let's go ahead and these are already some colors which have been generated by the material theme builder. We're going to make use of them. So if you click on this color here, you can input the color code which you want, and it's going to generate that for you. Let's just try that out real fast. So let's copy our color code. It's 006C46. 006C 0064C 4C 6C 4C, right? Yeah. So you see the color which was generated from there, and it has already generated all other color corresponding colors which would be suitable for that theme. So the colors have been generated. I can simply click on export, Jetpack Compose, and I should be able to get a file which would be a zip file. I'm going to unzip this in a bit. So let's see what files are generated from here. We have a UI folder. When you click on that, we have a theme folder, and you have two files, color.kt and theme.kt. All right, so let's go back to, yeah, so that's how you can generate color palettes for your application in one click. So let's continue. Those same colors which I generated have been provided here already. So I'm just going to open the color.kt file and replace the contents with the code below. So I'll copy that and go to my IDE. Here I can locate the color.kt file under UI.theme. So I'll double click on that. And I can replace the colors here with what I copied from here. Okay, that is done. Now let's continue. Open the theme.kt file and replace the contents with the code below. So this code, you can get it from the file which you downloaded from the material theme builder. So I'm going to copy this as well and place in my theme.kt file. Select everything, paste. Yeah, so one point to note, when you're getting code from the material theme builder, it's not going to give you the right package name. You see this name? It's not going to give you the right package name. It's always going to give you something .example.stuff. So But in our case, in this code lab, this package name was already prepared for us. So take note of that. Make sure you edit your package name. And yeah, so here is the wolf theme composable. I'm going to go over a lot of stuff very fast because we have limited time. So yeah. So we now have our colors and theme in place. And in this section, we'll wrap the row that contains dog item and dog information with a card. So we want to give a surface behind our text, which we can add a color to. So we can use a card in that position. So in the dog item, wrap the row with a card. So I'm just going to copy this code here, which is a card composable, wrapping our row, and in that we have dog icon and dog information. So let me go to dog item here. That's in our main activity.kt file. Okay, here is it, dog item. So here is the row which we're supposed to wrap. We're supposed to wrap this row with a card. So I'm going to copy this out. This is the row. And I'll paste that. So we have wrapped our row with a card composable. Now we have to import that card composable. Okay, we've imported, we have cleared all the red lines. Let's move on. So since our card is now the first child composable in the dog item, pass in the modifier from dog item to the card and update the rows modifier to a new instance of modifier. So okay, our card. Okay, so if we check our preview, we can see the app would have changed to look something like this. We now have a surface behind our text. So let's check that out. Preview takes a couple of seconds to render, so just give it some time. Okay, I'm just going to run our app and see what we have so far. The emulator can take a couple of minutes. So while that is turning on, let's look at some other stuff. So we have a dimensions file within resources, which helps you with dimensions. So it's similar to the strings.xml file. So let's check out this file and see what we have inside. So I'll go to resources, values, dimens.xml. It's short for dimensions. So here we have padding, small padding, described with given a value of 8 dp. That's density independent pixels. Padding medium and image underscore size. So we can apply some of these values to various components. So we'll see that in a bit. So to add a value from the dimens.xml file, this is the correct format. So for example, to add the padding small, you would pass in dimensions resource and all that. You end that with use your R class and dot padding small. So this is just the syntax how you can do that. So let's add a modifier with padding small in our app. Okay, our emulator is almost there. So what we're trying to do is, if you look carefully here, you would see each of our lists, it has a surface behind it, but we don't see any clear space. So we want to create a space between each of these these list items to make it look a little bit better and more clear. So after applying our padding, using in the dimensions file, we would end up with something like this. So let's check out our, okay. Yeah, so we have our app, it's loaded, but this is dark mode. So here's what we have done so far. As you can see, we have our list items and there's no space within it. So we are going to work on that just now. So in the Wolf app, add a modifier with padding small in the call to dog item. So this is the call to dog item. We need to pass a modifier. So this is the modifier we need to pass. So I'm just going to copy that. I go back. Wolf app. That's in the main activity. I'll just minimize this for a bit. Here's the Wolf app, dog item. Yeah, so you separate those parameters with a comma. Yeah, so we have that in place. So what that would do would just make the list items have a little bit of space in between them. So we can run our app again and we see how it has changed. All right, so there we are. Our list items now have a little bit of space in between them, which looks better. So actually this is in dark mode. So you see we have a different color palette here. Like I mentioned earlier, the material theme builder actually generates color palettes for both light theme and dark theme. So I'm just going to switch this device to light theme so we can see how it changes. Display, turn off dark theme. All right, so I didn't even need to reload the app. It just corresponds automatically. So here's how our application would look like in light theme. All right, let's proceed. We're going to go a little bit faster. So these are all just creating previews. This is not really important for now, but Yeah, so here's how to enable dynamic color. So for those who want a more personalized app experience for their users, if you enable dynamic color, it should be able to choose a color palette from the user's wallpaper. And like I said earlier, this is only possible with Android version 12 and above. So to enable dynamic color, you just have to change the value here to true. But to disable that, you just change to false. So it's a Boolean. So here's an example of the same app in with dynamic color. Probably the user had a wallpaper with a blue background, so we ended up with an app which was themed blue. So let's move on. Now let's go to shape. Yeah, so we can play a lot with shapes and make our app look a little bit different. Right now we just have we have this. We can play around with these corners and make them look, we can sharpen the corners or make them more round. It depends on what you like better. So for shapes, you usually have a rounded corner shape or cut corners. In our case here, we'll be doing some rounded corners. So you can actually modify each individual corner of your component to get different curve ratios. So you can specify that as percentages or using a DP, that's density independent pixels. So the shape.kt file is used to define shapes of components in Compose. There are 3 types of components: small, medium, and large. So for our card component, it uses the medium size. It's considered a medium component. So components are grouped into shape categories. You can click on this link and get more information on that. So let's shape the dog image into a circle. Currently, here's what we have. We have just some square images, so let's make those some nice circles. So open the shape.kt file and notice that the small parameter is set to rounded corner shape, 50 dp. This will be used to shape the image into a circle. So here is the variable for shapes we are going to be using. So in the main activity.kt file, in dog icon, let's add a clip attribute to the modifier. This will clip the image into a shape. So the clip attributes can determine what shape you are using to display that image, but it actually does not crop the image. So sometimes if your image is is not having a good aspect ratio, you might end up with funny looking stuff. So let's do that. Let's add this clip. So this will be in our dog icon composable. Let's go to our dog icon composable. That is in the main activity.kt file. This is the file. Dog icon. Yeah, here it is, dog icon. Okay. Take out that. Let's import clip. Okay. So we're done with those imports. So each time you import anything, the import will show up here. So all your imports are here. You can see all the things we have been importing. All right. So let's go back. So after applying clip, let's reload our app and see what it looks like. Okay. Now you see all the dog images are trying to, look like circles, but the images have different um, sizes and dimensions. So they might come out very funny. Look, this one is perfect, but some are looking very weird. So let's do something about that. Let's fix that very quick. So we are going to use a crop attribute. So here's what we did previously. We used clip. Now let's use a crop attribute, which is this content scale dot crop. So let's copy that. Look at dog icon. We're looking for the dog icon composable. Here it is. Okay, let's content scale, import. All right, so let's reload our app and see what we have. While that is running, let's head on to the next. So this is the full dog icon composable. So we could have just copied this and replaced the whole composable, but I wanted us to go step by step and we see how we replaced each component and modified it. So let's see what our dog icon looks like. Yeah, that's way better. Coda is looking good. Yeah, we all have, the images are now good, looking nice. Everything is round. That's what we want. So, so far you can still leave your app like this, but let's go a little bit extra. Let's add a little bit of touch. So let's touch the shape a little bit. So let's open the shape.kt file. A card is a medium component, like I mentioned earlier. We can see they are passing in 16 dp to the medium attribute to be able to make this corner round to this extent. So they are doing that on 2 of those edges. So this is top right and bottom left. So here they say bottom starts and bottom and top end. So I'm going to copy this, go into my shape.kt file. Here is the file, shape.kt, and I paste that. So now we have a medium attribute. We are now going to use this medium attribute, and we are already applying these 2 corners 16 dp, but let's go a little bit extra. Let's make that 30 so that we get a nice curve. Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier, a card in Jetpack Compose is considered as a medium-sized component. So using medium here, it's going to automatically affect all cards in your app. So yeah, so now let's run our app and see what we have. Run. Nice. So here's what our app now looks like. We have some nice curved edges, and yeah, to me that looks more stylish. So what else can we do? There's a lot more to do. So we're not done yet. Yeah, so let's go to typography or font. So some people may have custom fonts they may want to use in their app to make it look a little bit special. So that's exactly what we're going to do. You're going to see how you can add a customized font to your app. So let's move on. Fonts have different categories: display, headline, title, body, label, and so on. So let's go. The first thing to add a new font, you have to create an Android resource directory. It's like a folder. It's just fancy name for a folder. Directory is there already though. So in the project view of Android Studio, right-click on the res folder. Res is short for resources. So let's go to Android Studio. So here's our res folder. We right-click on it, and we take new Android resource directory. We name these fonts. Oh, name the directory font, not fonts. Yeah, font is okay. Just fonts. Source type. Fonts. And we're good to go. We can click OK. Okay, so let's open our new font resource directory located at res and then font. So here it is. It's beneath the res folder. When you go under res, you find font. So here is where you will place all of your customized fonts, which you are going to download maybe from an external source. So let's check that out. Let's go download some fonts from fonts.google.com. Okay, which fonts do they want us to download? We can check Montserrat. So let's download Montserrat. Montserrat, yeah, here it is. You click on that, you see this button up here, download family. You click on that. I have these fonts already, so I'm not going to re-download them. There's no need. The next. So you have to unzip the file because it comes as a zip file. So you have to unzip that file. Let's go take a look at that file. So here's the download. You see montserrat.zip. After unzipping, you get this. You open that, you see a couple of fonts inside. I actually deleted some of those fonts. I left only the two which we are going to be using today. Fonts usually have an extension of .ttf. So open the downloaded Montserrat folder in the static folder. So here are all the fonts you are going to find within that folder. So you open that up and you select the ones which we need. We need Montserrat Bold and Montserrat Regular. Okay. So we have to rename these fonts actually. Rename them to lowercase, probably for IDE to easily recognize them. So let's get that. So we are going to drag those fonts which we downloaded and renamed into the font folder. So let's go. Okay. I'm just going to delete that folder. We extract this again. Okay. Italic variable font weight. Okay, I might need to download that. Looks like I deleted those fonts. So let me just download them real fast. Download. Replace, yes. All right. Did I download the wrong one? Looks like it. All right, so these are the fonts we need. Montserrat Bold and Montserrat Regular. Okay, guys, I can't seem to find some of the downloaded fonts, so I'm just going to proceed and use some of the fonts we have here. But in case you can't find some of your fonts which you want, there are other alternative websites you can try to download fonts, but usually this is the best one. So all right, so let's proceed. I'm going to rename this one. Montserrat. Montserrat underscore bold and Montserrat underscore regular. So I'll just use those fonts in place of what we have here, but it doesn't look like the real ones, but you can figure that out later. Okay, we have renamed our fonts. Let's go and drag in those fonts into our Android resource directory. So here's Montserrat Bold, drag into font. They'll ask you if you want to move, yeah. Accept refactor. If you want to add the following file to Git, it's okay. Let's drag the other one, Montserrat regular. Okay. All right, we did that for Montserrat. The next font is Abril Fat Face. Search for that. Yeah, here it is. Download family. Here's our folder. We have a regular there. I'm going to rename that to this, everything lowercase. All right, and I'll drag that into our fonts folder. Accept the refactor, add to git, and we're done. We're done adding fonts. Now let's initialize the fonts. We have added them, but our system doesn't know that we are using them yet. So let's, in the project window, open ui.theme, type.kt. So let's go there real fast. Type for typography. So here is the file. You can see it's empty. Okay, so first initialize Abril fat face by setting it equal to font family and passing font with the font file Abril underscore fat face underscore regular. So I'm just going to copy this so it's like we're just creating a variable, initializing. Okay, so let's do that above here. All right, so we have initialized our font. So we have to import our class, import font. I'll go with this, Android graphics.font. You can even check what they said here. They told you to import. These are some of the imports that come with it. So you can as well just copy some of these imports to avoid all of that. But you can still do it from here if you know what you're doing. Because sometimes for some imports, you have multiple options and you need to select the right one. You need to know what you're dealing with. So import that, this one. Multiple choices. Okay, let me get this one. Font family. Okay. Okay, let me get the imports which they provided here to make things a little bit easier. Okay, so we have those imports ready, so we no longer have red lines. We are good to go. So let's initialize Montserrat font as well underneath Abril fat face. So we get that variable. So we need to import font weight. That's done. All right. Next, you set the different types of headlines to the fonts you just added. So we have successfully added the fonts. Now we need to specify which we are using. So for the display large attribute, set it equal to text style and fill in the font family, font weight, and font size. So repeat this process for display medium, label, and all that. So yeah, so I'm just going to copy all of this for the typography. All of this. And I replace this. All right, so we have a couple of imports here as well. We have to import textile and SP. SP was used here. It's also units, just like DP. Okay, now we no longer have any red lines, which means we are good to go. So if you go to the theme.kt file in the wolf theme, you look at the material theme, the typography parameter is equal to the typography variable var, which we just updated. So it's going to look like this. We created a variable just now called typography, and it has been updated. So let's go run our app. We're almost done with this. Yeah, our fonts may not look exactly the same because we failed to get some of those fonts there, but we can't keep holding the session because of 2 fonts. So let's move on. So let's see what we have. Okay, yeah. So due to the fonts we picked, that's why we're getting some very weird stuff here, but that is fine. We didn't get the fonts we intended, so that is okay. Now, yeah, we're done adding fonts. Our fonts were supposed to look like this, but we got something else. We'll adjust that at the end. So the last thing we have to do in this session is add a top up bar. So let's head to that. Yeah, so our top up bar is made up of an icon and some text. So this is a nice row. A row composable will do for this. So, but before that, let's look at what a scaffold is. A scaffold is a layout that provides slots for various components and screen elements such as image, row, or column. A scaffold also provides a slot for the top up bar. So we're going to be using that in this section. So here we have an image, and here we have a text, and this is a row. So in the main activity.kt, create a composable called woof top up bar. Starts like this. We add top up bar to the layout. We add a scaffold that surrounds the lazy column. Okay, so if you see lazy column in composable, just know it's a list of stuff you can scroll through. If you see lazy grid, same thing. A list of grid components which are scrollable. Compose makes that default for you, which is easier. All right. So let's create this main activity.kt. Here we are. I'm going to drop this out of the way so we can see better. So I'll go down before our previews on our So here's our woof top up bar composable. We just created it. Now let's add some content into that. Now, add the top up bar composable to the layout. In the woof app, add a scaffold that surrounds lazy column. So let's do that. Here's what they want us to add, this scaffold. And here's the body of the scaffold. Yeah, so add in some padding values, content window insets. Now just copy this and go to our Woof app, composable. Okay, so we have that. So within the scaffold, add a top up bar. So I'm going to add top up bar here. within the scaffold. Oh, we need to import scaffold. So within the scaffold, I add my top up bar. So here is how the Wolf app composable is going to look like at the end. So nothing has changed in the Wolf preview because there is nothing. I'm not going to be looking at these previews. I'm just going to be running the app directly. So within the Wolf top app bar, composable, add in center aligned top app bar. We want to position that app bar. So center aligned. So let's go to our Wolf top app bar. Center align top up bar, we import that. Okay, I'm just going to replace all of that composable with this one, which is done. We have a row in there. The row is to be able to put our icon and our text by the side. So I'll just replace this composable to make it quick. And there we are. Last but not least, within our row, let's add an image. Here is the image, IC underscore wolf underscore logo. So here is the way you can bring in image. Here's just one way you can bring in images into your Compose app using Painter resource. So yeah, I'm going to rush over that. Next, add a text composable. So we want to add some text beside that icon. As you can see, we have an icon and we have a text. So we are moving forward to add this text. There we go. The text is a string resource. Like I mentioned earlier, you can find all your resources here. If it's a string, you can find it here. You can also check in the XML files to be able to see all your resources. You can come here, res, values, colors, dimensions, strings.xml. So you can check out all the string resources you have in here and edit anyone you want. All right, so let's reload our app and see what we have finally after adding our text. So we have some errors here, but I'm just going to fast forward on that. When this code lab was created, it was done when Material 3 was still in experimental stages, but right now Material 3 is stable, so each time you create a new project in your Android Studio, it's going to use Material 3 by default, so you shouldn't be scared of using that. So All right. So if you want to get the complete solution code for this code lab, what we just did, you can check it out here. So if you want to learn how to use Jetpack Compose, there's a complete course on this website which you can follow for free and get on with using Jetpack Compose. So just showing up what we have here at the end. All right, just give this a second. We're about getting done here. But other than that, I'm welcoming any questions you might have right now. Maybe 5 questions or so.
Any questions? All right, there is one question.
Good evening. I'm Kisambira Ebo, a student at MUST. I would like to know whether it's possible to use Jetpack with Java, not Kotlin.
No, it's not. But Kotlin and Java are interoperable, which means you can still have your Java libraries which you're using, and you still use Jetpack Compose. Jetpack Compose was built in Kotlin, and I don't see the reason why you should go and use Java if there's Kotlin, because Kotlin is like the big brother or the new brother to Java. It's simplified. You can change 1,000 lines of Java code to just, let's say, 300 lines of Kotlin code. You have null safety checks in Kotlin and a lot more other very nice features, which I think if you try out, you won't like Java anymore. Trust me. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, that is what we have. Here's our final product. Yeah, there is more we can do. This is just a scratch of the surface, but there's a lot more we can do with Jetpack Compose. We can do a lot. We can do animations and a lot more stuff. Yeah, let me have your question.
I do have 2 questions. One is, if you have multiple pages, how do you link them up with the main activity Kotlin? Because all you did was in the main activity.
Okay, here we're just demonstrating how to theme our apps. In real sense, when you're building your app, when you're architecting your app, I would not advise you to put UI code in your main activity. Get them out of there, put them in a separate folder, and then you can use your main activity to, do activity lifecycle management and all that.
Yes. And the second question is, for example, Kotlin is a native language, so, and Flutter is not native, or React maybe is not native. What are the advantages of a native language over the non-native languages?
Okay. So for a native language, first of all, native means it's going to look and feel like that particular platform. So if you say native Android, it's going to make it look like Android actually and feel like Android. And in most cases, the native code is usually faster. It operates better with the operating system. So if it's Android, it operates better with Android. It feels more like Android, and you have access to more Android APIs, which a cross-platform will not be able to access easily.
Any other question?
Yeah, thank you very much. I wanted to know that about in Java, when we are creating activities, it's more of creating a new activity, then you create it through, you go there and create a new activity. Is it the same as in Kotlin, or using Jetpack, you use something else? I don't know, I didn't get that one clearly.
Okay, here we didn't actually manage any activity. Here we're just doing, UI stuff, basically. So we never manage any activity, but it's similar. Activities are kind of similar in Java and even in Kotlin. You have your on start activity, on create, on pause. Those are just like various states which the app can take. Let's say your app is running, you get a call. The call comes on your screen and your app gets minimized. A certain activity is triggered in that kind of position, let's say on pause. So yeah, you manage activities in a similar way like you would do in Java, but with Jetpack Compose, you are using Kotlin programming language, and it's less code, better syntax. The syntax is cleaner, no safety checks by default. Lambda syntax, and a lot more features which I think you would like. You would not like Java, please. I tried Java and it was hell. Yeah, I tried Java and I didn't like it. I actually, the first time when I began Android development, I started with Java and I'm like, no, what is this? I ran away. I went to Python. I started with Python, and then when Kotlin and Jetpack Compose, started coming, I'm like, yeah, this is it. This is the time to learn Android. And trust me, this is the time. Thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, I guess that's the end of the session.
All right, thank you very much, Collins. Any other thing?
Yeah, nothing much. Thank you guys for paying attention. I noticed everyone was really interested in the session, and yeah, now it's time to learn Android. If Android development has been something really difficult for you, trust me, now is the time to learn Android. And you can connect with me on LinkedIn. You can check out my portfolio, collinsmeswe.xyz. Let me just type that out, if in case, want to link up. All right, you can catch me on here. Yeah, so down here, my LinkedIn, Twitter, and my GitHub. So you can check me out and, connect. Let's link up. Send me a LinkedIn friend request, Twitter, and so on. So thank you guys so much, and see you guys next time.
All right, thank you once again. Thank you very much, Collins. How many people have picked interest in Android development now? Now that you've seen there is something really cool that can help you. All right, that's good. How many of you were doing Android before, but after seeing Jetpack, you got interested? That's really good. So next, I am going to invite Hassan, who will come and take us through delivering messages at a scale using the GCP. Hassan, you are welcome. So, as he makes way here, I just want someone to tell me what the most interesting thing it was that he or she learned in the previous session, the Jetpack session.
I actually learned that it's very easy to design mobile apps using that package more than using like the real coding on Android Studio.
Okay, okay. Anyone else? Okay, Joshua.
Basically, what I really liked about the last session was about the coloring. You know, we just providing with the primary color, then secondary colors are generated for you. Basically, you know, us the men are not so good at coloring. The ladies normally do the coloring so well, but then when you go to a guy's UI, a guy's application, trust me, you'll be like, what the fuck? What is this? But then now with this, you know, we have the coloring. Just even if I'm not doing the jetpack, I can just go there, do my colors and go away. You know, get the color codes and I go and maybe implement them in Flutter or something else.
Oh, that's great. But don't put all of us in the same boat. If you're bad with colors, you are alone. Anyone else? Well, adding on to the color thing, I think what I liked most was the dynamic color, whereby your application is going to pick the color theme that is maybe on your phone, like maybe your wallpaper. That was really a good one for me. Anyone else? Anyone else? Lillian, what did you learn? All right, let's listen from Lillian.
Meanwhile, as Lillian gets the mic, guys, if you haven't registered, just by a show of hand, maybe I can pass on the list to you, then you can register. If you haven't registered, just wave to me, I'll reach out to you. Anyone? Okay.
Well, I've been more intrigued to do mobile app development.
Is that what you learned?
Yeah, like I've gotten the urge like to really get more involved in mobile application development.
What has really gotten you to?
All right, well, thank you. Okay, I think Hassan is now ready. And join me as we welcome Hassan. Hey guys, let us welcome Hassan. At least applaud as he comes.
Hello, everyone. Um, Maybe just to understand, how's your day been? Anyone? Has it been amazing? Yeah? You want to tell us?
Yeah, it has been amazing.
Yeah.
Because at first I didn't know Kotlin might be better than Java.
Yeah.
And I've learned it today.
Oh, that's really nice. Um, has has any of us used Firebase or Google Cloud? Something in that line? Oh, awesome. Yes? Google Cloud. You are using it for? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe could you? Yeah, so he says he has used Google Cloud platform, and you were mentioning about big data and.
Yeah, Google Cloud actually has a variety of tools ranging from the data analytics tools. We have the cloud spanners, Firebase. Is it? No, I don't think Firebase is there.
Yeah.
We have a various of tools. Machine learning is also included there. AI, where you train models using Google Cloud. We have BigQuery. So
Yeah.
many technologies embedded in one.
Okay, that's really awesome. I'll actually pick on from there. Basically, what I'm going to be talking about today is not so far from what he has just told us, how he was handling big data and things like that in Google Cloud Platform. So we imagine a situation whereby you maybe want to handle the same and maybe integrate it with Firebase, yeah? Like how would we maybe go about that? How would we actually achieve something of that kind? Yeah, maybe a use case of this. Has anyone used Firebase? He mentioned Google Cloud. Yeah? Anyone? Oh, you have? Oh, okay. So is this an assumption that most of us haven't used Firebase? Oh, okay. Maybe I'll also get to that since we need maybe a background to literally show us what Firebase is about and how we can be able to use it. But for starters, my name is Hassan Bahati. I am a software developer. My journey in software development starts out with civil engineering. So as I get started, I really wanted to be an architect. So I tried to enroll into Mbarara University, but then the points were really high, so I settled for civil engineering. I did it for about 2 years, and I really lost the energy because on the side I was also learning a lot of coding. I'd even gotten to write code somewhere. I remember, I think I was working at Chunga Technologies, an IoT company. So I was basically handling backend stuff, writing Firebase functions to manage IoT devices installed at people's homes. So all this motivated me to literally leave civil engineering and maybe look out for a computer science degree somewhere else that would perhaps give me a similar value or something like that. So why am I saying this? It's never too late for anyone thinking of becoming a software developer or doing something in tech or anything close to that. Yeah, that's where it started. Today, I am a software engineer with a startup called Wapi. Wapi is a digital marketplace that brings together talent and people looking to hire that talent. So this talent ranges from software engineers, content creators, graphics designers. So they sign up onto the platform and be able to get matched with the employers, both locally and abroad. So yeah, that is it for our bit about me. And yeah, so what is Firebase? Because my talk today, I'm actually here to Yeah, to talk about delivering messages at scale, but since we need a preview, like a background on Firebase, what basically is going to give us this capability. So I think I'll maybe just get to show us what the Google Cloud Platform looks like. Oh, sorry, the Firebase console. So literally, if you're trying to check out Firebase, it will be something of this kind. If you maybe just went to your search browser and Googled Firebase, you'll be able to land here. Literally, Firebase is giving you a lot all in one. A lot of people may not want to build a back end, given the scope of your application, in case you are building an application that just needed a backend as a service, you would look out for Firebase. If you maybe wanted to handle big data, as he was, Firebase has extensions that you could employ and run SQL queries on big data and using BigQuery and things of that kind. And so much more. Maybe I could just get to the console. Yeah, but at this point, you may sign up, and I'll just show you guys a glimpse into my console. I think it has a few projects. But, oh, okay. So literally, when you get to the Firebase console, you'll have to create a project. For you to be even able to perform anything in Firebase, if what the things I'm talking about performing could range from messages, what we're looking at today. If you've used, actually we all have mobile phones, we have smartphones, and you've seen pop-up notifications coming. Like how Twitter keeps sending you those pop-up notifications. If you're maybe wondering how that can be done, you can actually use Firebase to trigger them. Those of us who use apps like, Safe Border, I was actually going to mention that. Thank you. You literally keep seeing these guys sending you these messages. But these messages range from adverts to features to so many things. So anyone looking into building an application may want to leverage on that. So if I maybe just get so if you get here, you would have to create a project. I'll just say, maybe IO 2023. Okay, I think I actually have a limit to mine. So I'll just use one that already exists so that we can just see what basically. Yeah, so the Firebase console actually looks something like this. And this is where everything happens. This is where you find all the functionality that you may want to perform. If you're maybe wondering what an app in Firebase is, does anyone here do web development? You do? Where do you host your applications? Yeah? Some at Firebase. Oh, that's awesome. You can actually host web applications. Has anyone tried a mobile app? Anyone done a mobile app before? You have? Yeah. Where do you host yours? Yeah, exactly. Perfect. So ideally, even hosting, Firebase offers you that capability that it's not just enabling you to send messages using Firebase, it's called FCM. So literally, you're not having only that capability, you also have extensions, and the extensions literally give you more leverage. Lately, I saw something around that. But for starters, you would have to create an app if you wanted to host something. So basically, this was a web-related app that you just set up and configure, and they would give you what to use as you connect with your SDK, perhaps in your application, if you're maybe using Angular or whichever front-end framework that you may choose. So they would give you these configurations that would be necessary for that and your email. But at least there is a Firestore database, authentication, and so many other things that you could have there. You could also have a look at all the products in the storage, functions, machine learning, cloud messaging. But today we are most interested in this one. Yeah? Given that you have all these functionalities from Firebase, real-time databases, extensions giving you more capabilities to handle even more things with Firebase. And all right, I'll just go ahead and click that, what we are looking at today. So I think even when you look at the introduction, it literally brings us to what you would literally expect. That create a campaign, create your first campaign is more like, are you looking to deliver something? We've all seen social media campaigns. There are situations whereby maybe, can I say, a GDSC club wants to push something out that maybe they want to maybe educate the public about something. They would set up a social media campaign and try to push it forward so that it reaches so many people. So this is close to that you want to create something that is going to reach other people. This could actually be, as we talked about that earlier, how you can send push notifications, those ones that come from apps and things like that. So if I just get to get down with this, you can be able to create your first campaign right over here, and you would need to select whether you want a Firebase notification whether you want Firebase notification messages or Firebase in-app messages. In-app messages are basically like how you may have an application and you keep receiving messages within the app. Yeah, but the notification messages are, as we talked about them earlier, those ones that keep popping up to your mobile phone or smartphone. So you can select either depending on what you want and maybe create. Yeah, you would have to fill out all these. Yeah, so by the end of this, you would literally, I may not get so much into this about creating a campaign and setting it all up, but as you can see, the other steps around it that you can even schedule when you want this to happen and things like that. So if I just go back here, we can see what the Firebase cloud messaging dashboard looks like, that you will literally have an analytics kind of perspective into your campaign, that you're seeing how many messages you've sent, you're seeing how many impressions you've made, that and so much more. So what we are focusing on today is in a situation whereby, what if I started out doing this? I started out sending applications, and my application grows. Yeah, you start out with about one user, and your application starts growing. Maybe I'll ask him, do you know the number of users that are currently engaging with your application? Around 4. Maybe to also understand something, how long has your application been in use? Pardon? Oh, it's still in testing mode. Okay, that's actually very awesome that you're having it being tested as you build. So in a situation like that, he's testing, he has 4 users. That's manageable, yeah? Very manageable. That you can be able to manage resources and send messages to these users. The messages we are looking at are those in-app messages or push notifications. The push notifications are the ones that keep showing up to your phone as pop-ups. So what if your application grows and becomes maybe WhatsApp or Twitter, where you're having over 1 million users, you're having 1 billion users? What do? You may need to make a few adjustments, yeah? That what it was like for you initially to handle these resources and push out the notifications and all that. Sorry about that. So yeah, we were talking about a situation where you have 4 users and your application is now growing. You're having a lot more users that are now becoming a bit of suffocating to your application infrastructure. Infrastructure, I mean the kind of resources you've set up to handle this. We could take a use case that you're having a server that has maybe it has a CPU of a certain figure, and maybe we could take a ratio of like 2 to maybe if you have it like at 2, and you now feel like your application is being suffocated. How you tell your application is being suffocated is perhaps things running slowly. We've all used computers, and there are situations whereby you feel that your computer is maybe slowing down. One of the reasons could be resources. In such a situation, what would you do? There are certain techniques you could apply. Let me just get back to the slides. Proceed from there. Yeah, so in such a situation, we are looking at delivering at scale. At scale, I do mean that we want to deliver to so many people in a growing application. A growing application in a situation whereby you're every day expecting more users to engage with your app. In that case, there are certain things that we would try to engage with. But maybe to understand how this could also come into play. Last year we did, I could maybe just give a story about scale. That last year we had World Cup, and imagine a situation whereby you're at panic, that you're seeing your application reaching a situation of climax, and this is a point where you literally expect a lot of money. And since most of these applications are more like businesses, so your business team is looking at attaining more users, and for you, you are looking at how will you manage the bigger and growing number of users. In such a situation, you're going to look at, you're going to take an example of at World Cup, how the match is like it's just a simple example I found, just to give us a glimpse into that maybe a match is at 2-0 in that breath-breaking minute. It's maybe 75th minute, and you expect the game to be ending literally. And this is the most precious moment of anything. Sorry about this. You're at that climax where you expect the biggest growth. You expect to hit a big number of users and perhaps really try to make a lot more rewards from that. But in that situation, your application is now starting to feel suffocated. And most times that results into a panic. Maybe I could also give a real-life example I've personally experienced. One of the applications I've worked on was the one for Ugandan Nurses and Midwives Council. This was literally an application for people to go online, do interviews, register, and make online payments, do interviews, and things like that. I don't know if anyone has used it, but it's majorly targeted for midwives and nurses in Uganda. So you look at this, and one day we have this problem that we were building the application, but then it reaches a point, and we are having so many people signing up at the same time. So many people trying to do interviews at the same time. And what was happening was that people's interviews would just stop working. Like the server would just stop and run into a server error, something like that. So in such a case, it was a moment of panic, honestly. Experiencing something of that kind for the first time is really a moment where you're supposed to figure out something that you're going to come up with to improvise on that. So what we applied there are some of the things I'm going to talk about, and a lot of other things I've also gotten to learn over the years. So if I just proceed. But then in such a situation, as I've told you of that application which we're doing for Ugandan Nurses and Midwives Council, literally the root cause was from the traffic, yeah? That in such a situation whereby you're having the application being suffocated, one of the first things we could look at is understanding the traffic. That where is the traffic coming from? Traffic, I mean, these people trying to use the application. What are they trying to do? And what are they trying to achieve in the application? So to that, we literally got to understand that most people are trying to perform interviews. If most people are trying to perform interviews, the application is not only having that one thing of interviews, it's having so many other modules. And the architecture of such an application was, I don't know if many of us use microservices. In a situation whereby you find that one of your modules is being targeted the most and being suffocated. So that helped us, that is one of the things we took on first, to understand where the traffic is coming from and where it's going. Traffic was coming from majorly nurses, and they were trying to do interviews. So that means we needed to put, the case point here was the interview service or module of the application. A service or module is more like a segment of an application. So when we get to understand that, we also got to look at the expected QPS fluctuations throughout the events and yeah, this is especially important for spiky traffic where the peak QPS is more challenging than the baseline. So here we are literally looking at what exactly is, what are these events that are happening. Usually, if you're building such an application as we saw in the Firebase Cloud messaging console, it was more like giving us an insight into these events that are happening. An event in such a system would be things that are being logged by perhaps your event bus. That an event in a system could actually be something like someone logging in. If they have logged in, literally a certain event has happened. So everything someone tries to perform on an application is more like an event, which would be like an input, and a certain output is expected when that event happens. Yeah, so maybe. Yeah. So the other thing we could look at here is using the past to predict the future. In such a case where we had such a problem around so many users trying to perform interviews, literally this learning gave us one perspective that in the future, given that interviewing is the heart of this application, you would literally need to give it as many resources as possible. Yeah? If you're giving such a module as many resources as possible, it means even in the future, people would ideally try to perform the same thing, literally. So in the past, people were suffocating the interview module, and in the future, it may not be so different. So to that, you would literally know the critical points of your system or whatever application you're building. And this is literally very common to every application, that you'll always have that one feature, which is more like everything that someone would always want to perform in that application. And yeah, so literally here one of the way outs was load balancing. If you're looking at building anything at scale, you would want to manage how your servers or your income, actually how your server or servers are receiving incoming requests and how they're replying to them. Usually, if you're using maybe a client-server architecture, which is, I think, very common, I'm unsure if many of us build REST APIs or anyone building REST APIs. Anyone? Oh, okay. So literally, if you're building an application, there is that one point when someone is sending a request. Usually, that request is supposed to be directed to a server somewhere. And when a server receives a request, it's supposed to respond. Yeah? And usually, it may not be as a problem for a case where you have maybe 4 users. But imagine a situation where your server is receiving over 100 requests in a second. Literally, it may be beyond its bandwidth of requests it can handle in such a time. In such a situation, you may have your server go down because it can no longer accommodate the request the request to how you're distributing the traffic. The traffic here are those many requests that are coming in, or those many things that someone is trying to perform in an application. So load balancing gets back to, would you want to split the load and direct certain traffic somewhere else? You said you, excuse me, you said you host on Firebase, yeah, and you've had that situation where you're choosing a region, things like that. Yeah, sure. He has literally done that, and choosing a region is more like trying to, maybe before getting to that, any Google service, maybe Google Cloud Platform, you're setting up a virtual machine or anything. Yes? Yeah. And more like serverless applications, you literally have things like your server doing this automatically. But if you're going the traditional way, like not most, I wouldn't want to speak for so many people, but if you're going the traditional way, you may want to have these things configured by yourself. That in case the traffic exceeds a certain point, you want some of it to be directed to a certain server somewhere or in a certain region. If maybe you're building your application locally, you may want to have maybe 2 servers or more, that when the traffic grows to this amount, redirect the rest of it to this other server. So that not only one is suffocated, and it can continue to handle what it can handle. Yeah, it's actually more like a software engineer, that you have maybe a lot of tasks, and your effectiveness gets affected at a point, that you're maybe doing so much, multitasking so much, but if you had someone you're working with, it would literally mean that some of your tasks are being given to him, and you execute faster and more efficiently, given that both of you are having something they can handle. So here what we are looking at is isolated infrastructure, that you can have different infrastructures. Infrastructures, I mean, just like how he told us, he has set up VM instances, and this is now getting to isolating your infrastructure, that you want some of it to be somewhere and the rest of it somewhere else, so that when it exceeds a certain point, you want to configure some of it to go somewhere else and the other to also be received somewhere else, so that the effectiveness of your application continues. So that user is actually not receiving a lag in things that maybe they're trying to do something and it's taking so long. Yeah? But as you're doing all these things, it gets back to one thing, which is vertical scaling and horizontal scaling. That you want to increase, you want to grow, since your application is also growing, you want to accommodate more. How are you going to do that? There are literally so many ways we could do this. For instance, if today, Google I/O Mbarara 2023 received so many people, yeah, more than expected, that we set up these seats and we're expecting a certain number. But in a situation where that number goes beyond a certain amount, what do we do? What we would literally, there would be actually two good. Maybe anyone could have an idea. If you plan for a certain amount of people and you exceed that, have an idea about what we do in case we receive more people than we expected? Yeah, you want to share? Yeah, increasing the seats in the same room, right? Yeah, that's very perfect. That we would look at maybe increasing the seats in the room to accommodate the more people that are coming in. Yeah, that is literally very, very correct. That we would either increase the seats in the same room or find another room nearby and also set up other seats. Yeah? So that this room and also the other room takes up a certain number. So in this case, we are looking at resources that if you're delivering any resources to a user and you're looking at increasing resources, just as you said, you set up VM instances. Usually, you would maybe set up another server to handle more traffic, or you would increase the resources on your current server. The resources would be like RAM. You maybe increase the RAM or increase the storage so that it can perform better. So literally, vertical scaling and horizontal scaling gets back to us in two ways. That vertical scaling is now getting to scaling the practice of reducing the number of replicas while also making them larger in terms of CPU or memory. So literally at this, we are looking at increasing internally. You're not increasing the number of instances you have. You have one server that is handling these messages or notifications or anything like that, and you're looking at increasing its resources. You want to increase the RAM, maybe also increase the CPU, also perhaps increase the memory or any other resources that are affecting the performance. So you're doing this within. We are doing it within the same room, just as it told us. We're increasing the seats in this room. So that is going to give us better performance. But after applying that, at a point, you may realize that you need maybe to do something more or try another approach, which is also dependent on a couple of other factors. Yeah, which one of the alternatives could be horizontal scaling. In horizontal, you're literally moving horizontally. That if you had one server, I mean maybe if you set up instances in GCP, Google Cloud Platform, you're maybe setting up another VM instance so that it can handle some other traffic. So at that, you would set up something new, an entirely new resource, so that your application gets to use that. This could actually have the same amount of resources as the previous, or even less or more. So maybe just. Yeah, that brings us to the end of the slides. And so to maybe just get back to the other side of it. Okay. Try to move through fast because of time. Perhaps there are any questions? Yes, please.
Yeah, so what can be a real life scenario of using vertical scaling?
Okay. A real life scenario of using vertical scaling. To this, can I give you one I've experienced personally? Okay. The most recent, which I would get back to, is in that application I've literally talked about. The application around Uganda Nurses and Midwives Council, Uganda Nurses and Midwives, their registration and all that. So, just as I described, a problem that happened at a time. So, at a point we set up instances in GCP, and we were obviously using things like Kubernetes and all that stuff. So at a point, the VM instance that was handling a certain module got overwhelmed. And overwhelmed, I mean, there are situations if maybe you try to access a certain application and it's showing you maybe an internal server error. So at this point, it was so abstract that troubleshooting that required some insights into how the resources are being managed, and when we got to look at how the resources of that module's server, we realized that, because usually they give you these analytics if you're to check out the consoles, you will see that maybe I'm using 100% of my RAM, I'm using 100% of maybe my storage and all that. So literally, this resource was already overwhelmed. But because it's overwhelmed, and by overwhelmed I mean its resource usage is at 100%. So this was a critical moment that you're not going to have so much time to configure another machine to literally come into play to support this machine that is failing. So the option here, the fastest way around, was to perform a vertical scaling. Yeah, that we set up this machine with certain configurations, which ideally I would say would take a while, but it's quite easier with GCP lately, that you can actually just replicate and create a copy of a certain machine. But we didn't want to do that in production. So what the option here was increase the resources of the current machine, because you're literally sure this machine performs as perfectly as expected. So the increasing there meant we are going in to increase the memory, going in to increase the storage, yeah, so that its resource bandwidth is quite a lot bigger. Yeah. Unsure if there's any other question. Anyone confused? I don't, yes, please. Please, someone.
Thank you. So in one of my implementation, like in the app that I'm working on, like I wanted maybe the notifications from Firebase messaging, like to be popping up on the user's device, but the implementing of it, I failed and I ended up using this normal notification of the maybe of the SQLite. So how can I maybe implement that using Firebase like messaging, like a tip maybe where that can help me?
Okay. You want like a practical bit on that? Even a what?
Like even tips, like maybe you can tell me that you can do this, at this stage you can do this, even not maybe practical session, but maybe highlighting for me.
Okay, I'll take that. Maybe
instances where you said you could replicate the other virtual machines and make them more, or you increase the resource on it. Which one does it opt to do automatically? Does it do the vertical or the horizontal?
Okay. Any other question? All right, I think that's it.
Okay. If that's it, I'll start with yours, then get to the second one. So your question is about what is the most preferred scaling, yeah? That you have two options. What are you opting for first? To that, from my experience, yeah, I would literally look at vertical scaling as a preferred option. yeah, because it's literally within the same machine. Just as I said, usually there are certain configurations that you may want on that machine, and if it's a critical moment, you would not want to give it a shot that you've first got to be in creating a new instance, because that means setting up something altogether from scratch. Or even replicating is more like creating something that has not been existent. But if something already exists, it's easier to give it more space, more resources to run better and give you get a better experience of what you expected. So my answer to that would be vertical, then horizontal. Yeah, depending. Yes, please. Maybe as I get to that, you asked about how to go about the Firebase cloud messaging. That is a bit lengthy. Maybe we could get to talk about it after, because of the time. Yeah, sure. You had a question? Yes? Maybe you could speak. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if that's pretty clear. That you want to keep, you don't want to, oh, sorry. That you don't want to have a downtime. And you want your application to keep running. So you would opt for that. Yeah. I don't know if that's all. Thank you.
All right. Any other question?
That's it.
All right, so that is it. Thank you very much, Hassan. Our Thunderous. Hand clap for him. So I'm just going to invite one last person as we close. Weasley, wherever you are, as we close, I think you're coming to close for us this session, this event, so you're taking a different direction. Why? But otherwise, I would love to thank you guys very much for attending the Google I/O Extended, and I hope it has been really helpful to you guys. And yeah, the next event that we're going to have is going to be the Dev Fest, and hopefully I will see you there once more. Yes, so Weasley.
Thank you, Alan Paul. Thank you, Hassan. And thanks to every speaker that we've had today. I think I learned something for the very first time. You know, when you organize these events, we are always up and down, and it's not very easy for us to settle down and learn something, but I learned something about Kotlin, the Jetpack Compose, and yes, I've done work with Firebase, but then when Hassan presents, I think I learned something extra. And of course, the session we had with Festus on 2D game development in Flutter. So I hope that today we don't go back home as the same people we were when we were coming, okay? Driving all the way from Kabale, from Ishaka, from Kampala, from wherever, even within Mbarara, shouldn't be in vain, okay? I hope you've connected with the person you're seated to. You shouldn't be sitting next to someone as if you're at war, Russia and Ukraine. No. You know, should be a Mawanga Magate, United Nations. connect with people. Because like I said, it's a community here, and you never know who is going to be there for you, who is going to mentor you, who is going to support you, who is going to collaborate with you. All right? So network with people. But for now, we've come to an end with our sessions. For those who are in our WhatsApp groups, both the Women Tech Makers and GDG Cloud Mbarara, we've shared a link to another session that we were supposed to have. The session is about using generative AI on Google Cloud Platform using Vertex AI. So Vertex AI is like one of the latest tools Google has when it comes to doing machine learning and AI without writing code. And the session is live on our YouTube, so if you're in the group, you will see the link. You can go through it and learn about generative AI. So for now, we call it a day, and we are going to be having events running in. Like I said, we are going to have virtual events starting in July. All right? We may bring back some of these speakers virtually. If you think you're interested now in Jetpack Compose, we can bring back Collins to take you through this when you're settled. If you think you're now interested in Firebase and GCP, we can talk to Hassan and we do a virtual session. Okay? So starting July, we are going to have a couple of events, almost weekly, on machine learning, Firebase, cloud, and all that. Then the next physical event will be DevFest. All right? It will be DevFest. It will be in November. We haven't finalized on the date, but tentatively it's 25th November. And also, we haven't finalized on the venue. You guys are getting out of hand. We may end up having people in the corridor. So we may have to think about getting a bigger venue or even putting you outside there and we put tents or something. So but that's it from me. On behalf of the team, I want to thank you all for coming. Those who are traveling out of Mbarara, safe journey. Those who are within Mbarara, after parties at the Rolex booth.
I think